Evening, everybody. My idea of close to nine seems to be a very creative one, but we are here. The deal is I've got a lot to do. So while Friday is actually probably the best of all of the days to, um, you know, try and, well, not try, but like theoretically, Friday is one of the good days to do like an absolutely massive stream. There's some writing I need to do. There's some work I need to catch up on. There is a project over the weekend that I was hoping to do as well. And all of that is sort of kind of coupled with the normal things that I want to do. So, but on the other hand, like we are looking at a new update. Um, I'm just trying to think. Like, so when Book of Hours has a new there's the phases of the beta, which are basically named after the different sections of the house. So the first one was the Curia beta, the second one was the Baronial beta. The one that we're in right now is the Curia beta, and presumably the last one, if there is, and I believe there is going to be one more section, I think is Nocturne. Um, but yes, in any case, it is. I think it's fair to say that we're at the sorry, um, I should get on track. Um, but within each phase, there's going to be multiple patches. Now, I've been caught by this a couple of times, and I actually think it's kind of, I don't know, like it doesn't strike me as like I don't think there was anything written to suggest anything to the contrary. But like basically every time a new update comes out within Book of Hours, it sort of says that the old save is invalidated. So it's not just a question of moving between these phases, but it's moving within patches within the phases. And so everybody kind of starts at the beginning there. And that's what's happened now. There is the option, so the saves do not seem to be wiped out, and I'm kind of curious as to whether or not the game will feature a delete feature for the saves. You can do it manually. Basically, you just need to go into the directory where the saves are and delete them yourself. But the thing is, I also know in Unity, it's not the easiest thing in the world to do that reading and writing. So, like for instance, there was I think some of you may have seen, like when I tried to do something silly with a file name, it caused a problem. So, like honestly, would you rather developers spend time focusing on the things that are enjoyable in the game, or focusing on like allowing you to do special characters in file names? I certainly would prefer them to be working on making, a very enjoyable game, and then focus on details like that later. So I just need to pause for a little water. But yeah, so with that in mind, on my wish list, I would certainly put the ability to delete saves within the game, but it's not something major to deal with. And to be honest with you, like it doesn't actually seem to have been that hard to like load up the old save and sorry, just 1 second. Hmm. Discord does some weird things every once in a while. So sorry about that. So let me just I'll take this and simplify it. Obviously, with a handful of days left for the beta, um, I'm almost certainly not gonna be getting as far as I did earlier on, and as far as I'm concerned, that's totally fine. But I did just sort of want to prepare people, like so. Again, within a phase of a beta, if a new patch comes in, it does say that the old one isn't active. So, books are the memory which does not die, inscribed in 5 languages over the gate of Hush House. Go quietly. Book of Hours is not a punishing game unless you want it to be. Oh, now that's interesting. Yeah, see, previously it told me it was bad. I'm still going to abandon it because I do want to be a good tester. um, Alright, Release Solar. This build features the main body of the house as well as Gulskrike Tower and the Abbey Church of the Unconquered Sun. It will be available until the 9th of June. So again, just as a reminder, this is the early beta. We are enjoying the solar beta in the last few days. They did say that it was going to be available to the 9th of June, which it currently is and almost certainly is the 10th in the UK. But they put in a new update, and they're actually very kind in replying to the announcement on the stream that, that it... that it would be getting an extended life. But I'm not too discouraged. So the one thing I did want to say, number one, I'm trying to sort of fill some time to let people come in. I know usually in the evenings there isn't quite the same... Like if I start too late, there is definitely a slow build-up in terms of the... how do I put it? The audience. So, sorry, I just saw another note. But yeah, sorry, I'm really easily distracted right now. I probably could do with some coffee. Okay, but yeah, so the idea here is I'm going to, start a new run. We'll go as far as we can. The one thing I am kind of excited about, though, is that a lot of the time this week was spent building up my... It was kind of spent building up my knowledge base. And to be honest, I'm not crazy about everything being an Excel sheet, or not Excel sheets, numbers sheets. But, you do what you can with what, with what you've been given. So I'm pretty happy to to take that knowledge and see how I can maybe progress through the house a little bit faster this time around. So, in any case, I've been rambling for 7 minutes. Let's begin the game, and the rest of it, I figure the rest of it will fall into place. Brandkrug, March 7th, 1936. There has been no librarian at Hush House since the fire 7 years now. Suitable candidates are very difficult to find, but perhaps we have found one in you. Take care on your journey. The seas around Brandkrug are treacherous. St. Brendan's Cove. Here the sea ends and the world begins, or the other way around. After storms, the fishermen of Brandkrug village find oddities washed up here. Cold comes first. Thunder growling, waves pounding, and finally me, sprawled on the sodden sand of the beach. There's something in my hand. Right. Let us consider... I remember. There was a storm. It smashed the ship like an egg, but I seized the book as the sea seized me, and then the sea brought me here to Brandkrug. And Brandkrug is where I wanted to be, but it's hard to remember why. What else did I lose in the storm? So, part of the intention of rambling at the start was to give people a chance to sort of state their preference. I have an idea in the back of my head in terms of what I want to start with, but I will give people a chance. I think to keep it simple, I will take the first of the names that I see in chat within a small window. So our options are Shapt, Eloquence, and Understanding. The door opens both ways. Description is... The human soul has 9 parts. Eloquence and Understanding rise from the part of the soul we call Shapt. Is my Shapt strong? Recover this. The other 2 will be lost to the sea for now. Core. Exuberance, Instinct, Rhythm. The human soul has 9 parts. Exuberance, Enthusiasm, Instinct all rise from that part of the soul we call Core. Is my core strong? Recover this. The other 2 will be lost to the sea for now. And finally, Fet. That part of us which dreams. The human soul has 9 parts. Fet is that part of the part of the soul that dreams. Is my Fet strong? Recover this. The other 2 will be lost to the sea for now. So I'm going to take a quick second here to pause for some refreshment. I'll give chat a second to render a verdict. I know some people prefer to lurk, and that's totally fine if you want to, but I wanted to give people a chance to say what they were interested in. Otherwise, I know what I'm going to pick. While I give people a minute to file in, it also gives me a chance to set up the dashboard and see what's going on. Okay, cool. I think to keep things rolling, I will go for the core. So, what remains of me? Instinct. The human soul has 9 parts: exuberance, enthusiasm, instinct. All rise from that part of the soul we call core. Is my core strong? This is the coast where Brandkrug Isle lies. It wasn't easy to come here, but I don't give up easily. Even so, I know there's no way I can cross the Isle in these seas. I'll need to find shelter for the night. And so we're faced with another set of choices again. So we have metal, the capacity for meaningful choice. What remains of me? Character. Metal is the soul's tempering will, self-discipline, that part of us which makes the right choice. We've got Whist. Sorry, I should take a look here. Name memory, that part which remains. Most librarians know that books have souls. Most librarians hope for books with simple souls of Whist and nothing else. Whist is the soul's memory, the true name scratched on its cornerstone, what remains after the rest is past. Choose a strong Whist in a past where you sought voices that had fallen silent. The waves will wash away the others for now. Choose a strong metal, a past where you made mistakes. The waves will wash away the others for now. Faust, what remains of me? Light. Faust is the light within. Sight, perception, inspiration. Choose a strong Faust and a past with a pursuer who can see the light within you. The waves will wash away the others for now. Sight, perception, inspiration, all the glory's gift. And Arab, pride, compassion, hatred, and fear. Arab is the shadow in the soul's cellar. Pride, fear, hatred, compassion. Choose a strong Arab and a past where your passions were paramount. The waves will wash away the others for now. I was actually just thinking there's two options that I have here. I think I'm going to go for Whist. I wasn't originally thinking of Whist, but let's give it a shot. Whist is the soul's memory, the true name scratched on its cornerstone. What remains after the rest is past. There are still things I don't remember, but I do remember there's someone in the village who will give me sanctuary, if I can get there. Mysteries have been added to your journal, and you can begin to investigate them when you and your journal are both dry. So here, Mr. Kill is the coffin maker of Brandkrug Village. I once wrote kindly of his poetry. His home is always open to me, though he's never asked me to mention poetry in front of Mrs. Kill. I can find shelter for tonight under their roof once I've reached Brandkrug Village. Okay. Brandkrug Village, sanctuary in the storm. I'll need to climb the cliffs in the dark, and the locals are suspicious of outsiders, more than ever so since the Restoration and the new king. Shelter? Brandkrug Village must be nearby, but it's hard going, dragging my soaked body across the soaked sand in the teeth of this wind. Which way? And we have a memory fear. The oldest and strongest emotion of mankind is fear, and the oldest and strongest kind of fear is fear of the unknown. Alright, so we can use an element of the soul. In this case, heart, knock, or rose will help us out. And in this case, let's go for our core. My instinct tells me that, my instinct tells me it might be this way, and without a map, instinct is as good as a compass as any. The cliffs grow dark against the ragged stairs, and then at last I see the light of a hurricane lamp bobbing in the dark. As it approaches, a face glimmers above the lamp. A fisherman from Brandkrug Village, he can guide me up the cliff path if he trusts me. Come no closer. What's thy business? Be someone that'll speak for ye? Of course, since 1930 and the Restoration, the locals have grown ever more suspicious of foreigners, but there is someone in Brandkrug I know. I'll take ye by the cliffs then. This gentleman is no longer skeptical. Brandkrug Village, this quiet Cornish fishing village, has lain long in the Isle's shadow. It might be as old as Hush House itself, and like Hush House, Brandkrug Village has provided sanctuary over the years for its share of misfits and exiles. Mr. and Mrs. Kill, locked. Mrs. Kill is Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. In these troubled times, both are wary of strangers. You need a suitably marked introduction. Check the slot. Mr. Kill struggles as he opens the door. The wind almost snatches it from his hands. His eyes widen as he sees me. Yeah, can't be the drowned book. Mr. Kill constructed the bed himself, I rather fear with the same tools he uses to shape coffins. It's not a comfortable bed, but it's dry, clean, and warm. I sit up talking with Mr. and Mrs. K as the wind rattles the shuttles and the fire shrugs its way emberward. I'm very hungry and Mrs. K's gallets are impossibly good. Mr. K pretends to grumble about foreign cooking. No one is convinced. Okay, so as usual, we have a few options in terms of sort of working out how we unlock the rest of the city. There's two sets of priorities that I have here. So one of them is going to be to start unlocking Cucurbit Bridge and the Lodge, Crowcross Sands, so on and so forth. Another priority is to try and recover my book. That's going to require an interaction in the front room. And then, of course, I'm going to want to open up the Sweet Bones. So in the case of the Sweet Bones, I can open it up using Metal Core or Shaft. I currently have Core available to me. I could also use Mr. Kill for that, but that feels like a little bit of a waste. In the case of Reverend Timothy, I can unlock that by using Mr. Kill, but that is going to close me off of the possibility of opening up the Mistcloak Bridge. And then I have the option of the Smithy. Now, the Smithy on its own is going to require Heart, which I don't have on its own. I would need the Core for that. But, in theory, I could get Mrs. Kill by providing the Satisfaction to Mr. Kill. The one thing I would be interested in would be trying to solve the mystery Winter with the Drowned Book. And, of course, the drawback here is that I would need... Basically, I need to... I believe I need to catalog the book before I can read it. So let me... I know I take forever to sort of sort this stuff out, but... I think I'm going to focus on getting the book. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Draw out a book. Mrs. Kill, gloomy as always, kind as ever, lights the kitchen fire and helps me dry the book, while Mr. Kill saws away in the next room. Birth always leaves marks, she opines, as she carefully tucks fragments of muslin between the damp pages. A feathered book. The feathers that adorn its cover are bedraggled from its time in the sea. So, this is a skybook, Windstorm Echo's Song, the intricacies of mathematics and the principles of flight. Law's touch is lighter than we sometimes think. Matters of balance, harmony, and necessity. So, the one thing I can't do right now is put this in the Tree of Wisdoms, and this is because it can't be uncatalogued. Now, I don't recall if it needs to be cataloged for... Okay, so I can actually unlock the post office right away with this. The postmistress regards me with the chilly gaze of a goddess image in an ancient hill shrine. The librarian, says she. Yes, I have something for you. Wait here, please. The postmistress returns with an envelope addressed to the librarian, Hush House, Brankrug Isle, postmarked in Wales a week ago. A letter to the librarian, a letter sent to me from St. Ronwin's Trust. The Trust's connection with Hush House is probably benevolent, but persistently obscure. 10-shilling note and a feathered book. Half a pound, but not half a note. A recent innovation. Alright, so I think probably cataloging makes the most sense here. So we will consider... Oh, I cannot consider with health, I forgot that. So I've kind of run out... I've run out the clock today, unless I want to... I suppose a wary welcome at the inn. In the time of the Heptarchy, a ring giver was accounted generous. In this bright and civilized century, a beer buyer enjoys the same regard. Read a letter, a message for me. Read the letter, to reply instead, add an ink at the desk. Okay, so we've got solace, we've got change. So scale and moon. So the question is, is there any benefit to... Yeah, little moon doesn't do it for me. So we'll do some manual labor. There's not much work on offer here in Brankrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. St. Ronwin's Trust wishes to congratulate me on my appointment as librarian of Hush House. The Trust assures me that it will provide the promised stipend each spring, but reminds me that its resources are limited and suggests I seek local assistance in restoring the premises. Let us know when you're all set up and ready to receive visitors, the letter concludes. It's signed simply the Trustees. So in this case here, we'll just let the timer run through. Okay, so, new day. Let's sort of work out some priorities. So, first of all, we need Forge, Lantern, or Sky. So, Mr. Kill will be able to help us with that. I think that's probably our best first move. So, we'll start with Mr. Kill. And it's a sunny day, so that may also give us some options. Every so often, someone builds a bridge to the Isle. Each bridge lasts 100 years, or 200, then the sea disposes of it. This was built in the 1890s, and that makes it the newest bridge, but it doesn't mean it's new. Hush House has been many things over many centuries, including, in the nocturnal period of 1896 to 1932, a jail. No one remembers that period fondly, but at least it meant Nocturnal Branch paid for a new bridge. So, to get to the lodge at the gate, a cottage where Hush House's groundskeeper lived until the fire. If I can get into the place and make it habitable, I can use it as a base for reclaiming more of the house. So in this case, it's 2 Forge, Heart, or Knock. And this is kind of the first big choice that I'm going to have to make. So if I want, I can talk with Mrs. Kill in the front room. And with that, I can access the lodge. And I think that makes the most sense because once I'm in the bed, I can restore my my traits. The reason why I would maybe be reluctant to do that would be I am losing the ability to catalog the feathered book, but I think in this case it's worth it in the long run. So speak with Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Okay, and a cottage where Hush House's groundskeeper... lodge at the gate. A cottage where Hush House's groundskeeper lived until the fire. If I can get into the place and make it habitable, I can use it as a base for reclaiming more of the house. So one thing that's useful, right, if you think about how the game onboards you, so the first thing you need to learn is how the different verbs work, and that's in the middle of the storm. So you understand how to unlock things, you understand how to interact with your different, your two different verbs. It's also worth mentioning, right, if you consider Cultist Simulator, you have a lot of different verbs you can work with, and yet in Book of Hours, it feels like there are so many more opportunities, despite the fact that most of the time you're only going to be working with two. Now, that's not entirely accurate because you have lots of skills and you have sort of different workplaces. So the types of actions that you'll take are maybe less, it's less confined to your, it's not basically, this game is no longer confined to a single desk. And as a result, this is the deluxe edition. You just zoom in close enough on a desk and you get the, what is it? Zoom in close enough on a desk and you transfer the game to Cultist Simulator. I will charge $100 for this idea. But yeah, sorry, lost my train of thought. But yeah, so if you see, so first thing is, how do I interact with objects? How do I, get my elements of the soul and such? Second is, how do I interact with the village? I already know how to unlock further parts, but I need to think about how I interact with the village and get help to be able to unlock the different parts of Hush House. And then the final step, and I think this is actually really clever, there's the key. So the part that you need, the thing that you need to open the great gate of the house is not actually the, it's not a person again, it's actually an object. And every once in a while you run into that, right? Like it's, we have to use an ink in this area as well. There's a nice subtle little way of sort of telling you, hey, this isn't just nice decoration. We want you to take a look at some of the things here. There's something to be done, and you should be paying attention at this point. The one thing that I don't quite see in the onboarding of the game is I can't quite think of how the game introduces working the workspaces. That's the only one where I haven't really thought about an onboarding, but it may be that I'm kind of, I don't know, like I may not just be quite plugged into it. Obviously, a lot of this stuff I'm recognizing after having played the game. But in any case, we have some decisions to make here. So let's start by... Well, first thing I'm going to do is claim a bed. So the guest bed lodge, stout, rustic, snug. Use a health card to move your belongings in and make this your bed, or place a visitor card to encourage them to stay a little longer. I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. Let's also take a quick look at what we have inside of the lodge. So, Hawthorn Blank, a wood favored by the horned axe. Knock, considerable thing, material, fuel, and wood. We've got a honey scar scented candle, candle scented with honey scar jasmine, 2 forge, 1 rose. It's a thing. It's a candle. It's considerable light and fuel. Moth orchid scented candle, so difference between the two. 2 knock, 1 moth. It's a thing. Candle, considerable light and fuel. Fractured mirror, cracked and fly specked. Knock lantern. Presumably knock because of the crack. Potted dragon tree, a determined spiky little survivor. Scale. Pillis oatbread, which we used to great effect yesterday, or possibly this morning, depending on what time you were taking a look. We've got the shadowless silk, a variant of the Persian silk tree. Golden is the shadowless kings. Lantern, material, flower, thing, considerable. We've got some books. Shaving mirror, snip, snip. Cater and Hero, Second Flush Assam, tea from the land of the real unicorn, imported by Cater and Hero. All right. And for some reason I didn't write this, but sea glass, smooth as an egg, frosted like a winter window. Lantern, moon, considerable thing, material, and glass. Lucent and fragile, even sand may someday be the eye of rock. All right, so I'm claiming the bed. I'll make this my lodgings for the time being. The great gate of the house. The walls of the house tower above me. I have been told that it was abandoned after a fire, but there is no sign of any such thing. The building will no doubt need restoration, but it's in better shape than I'd feared. Books are the memory that does not die, reads the inscription above the gate. The Watchman's Tower Gatehouse. Back in the 11th century, Brian of Brittany built the tower and its gate to protect St. Brendan's Abbey, as Hush House was then known. Later, the Barons de Wolf strengthened the gate against their many enemies, but it's a long time now since Hush House was any kind of fortress. And by the time the scholars of the Curia took possession, this place had long been a comfortable waiting room for visitors to the house, too minor to merit immediate attention. So, Raveline Summer. This is signed Brulot, but dated 1902, long after the librarian of that name left Hush House. She did come of a family of painters. The Tattered Outlaw. Thyrza Blake, 7th librarian of Hush House, so I'll remember that for next time, liked painting donkeys. No one else liked her donkey paintings, but Thyrza never cared much what other people liked. This one is Forge and Nectar. This one is Heart and Scale. Red deer antlers, not quite hair, not quite teeth, but proof that someone killed something. Yethhound horns. In times past, the Yeth pursued the impious and impure across the moors of the country. Hendrik de Wolf never liked them. Grail and 2 scale. And we still got Yethhounds. Lingering repose, upholstered in a velvet of peculiar richness that invites the hand. Grail and lantern. Expansive chair. Upholstered in a velvet of peculiar richness that invites the hand. Sit down a while. You've earned it. A treasury of shelters. It's like an armory for not getting pneumonia. Heart and sky. This is a comfort, not a tool. Vase of gorse, as Cornish plant as any. So that's Forge and Nectar. And we've got another expansive chair, which we've read the description of. Finally, Serena Blackwood. This bust is carved from alabaster, so that's lantern. Now, as always, we need to decide what our next move is going to be, so we've got the gatehouse stairs. The stairs to the room above are blocked with debris, and the plaster is peeling from the walls. I'll need help from the village to clear and restore this place. So that is a 2 forge or 2 lantern job. On top of that, we've got the cloistered garden. I could make out a green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I'll need help to clear the space, and in that case, that is a 2 lantern or 2 nectar job. Now, there's one thing we can do, which is to use the sunny day to improve Mr. Kill to be able to gain access to that. And I think, well, alternatively, we can do it with this room as well. Either way, I think we should make an effort to make that happen. So it means we may not be cataloging some books for a while, but I think I'm okay with that. And again, I don't normally like speeding up the game. Like, one way to sort of think about this is, like, I don't like speeding up the game because this is a game about exploring an old mysterious house. It's full of, like, food and hot drinks and roaring fires, and you've survived from a storm. Like, it's a relaxing game, so why on earth would you rush it? Is kind of my feeling on that. But I also kind of get that people want to see what's going on in the game. So, but like the thing is that it's not, to me, it is definitely not it's not just about, I'll use this term. This is not exactly how the term was intended, but during an EA conference call, they used a term that I really liked. It was content furnace. And they basically said, we're not a content furnace. And I think that's such a wonderful description. I'm sure it's not novel. Like, I'm sure this is just a common term that I've just heard for the first time. But like, there's some games that you play and it's just you gulp it down and you demand more, and it's just like you're constantly expecting updates and new things. And obviously as a business prospect, that's not very attractive because that means that you have to spend a lot of time making new things. Whereas, if you play a game that's, this is, I think, probably why people tend to like some of the procedurally generated games. So like if you think about Civilization, sure, you can play a scenario, but every time you play, it's a new game. It's a randomly generated map. There's lots of different civilizations to play. There's, 7 or 8 different difficulties. Or is it 9? Anyways, there's like a ton of different difficulties. There's just so much variety. Like it's almost impossible to get to the bottom of Civilization. So, Book of Hours is huge already. But one of the things that I don't want to do is I don't want to like take this beta to learn everything about the game and then just scramble through Hush House on release, and like the week I get the game, it's like, okay, I've seen everything. When's the next DLC? Like that would be horrible. I could not think of an easier way to ruin the game. This is one of the big reasons why I like playing the game on a pace, and like I take the time to have these chats. This is like a role-playing game in the most interesting way, right? I don't have some little avatar that I'm sort of moving around on a screen, moving the number up and saying, haha, I've become smarter. Instead, I have a character that's represented by 9 different aspects, and my ability to sort of grow my talents and discover how they can be used and accomplish some certain goals. And I'm trying to make sense of and sort of impose order on all of these different fragments of knowledge, which is obviously very different from Cultist Simulator, in which I'm dealing with this very hostile world, which is actually making some demands on me and trying to draw me in. Like I'm trying to make sense of something, but in a very different way from how I'm trying to make sense of Hush House and its mysteries. So it's, I don't know, I actually find it really rewarding, but I also understand that it may be different from what, I can see other people potentially getting something different out of the game, and that's completely fine. Like that's why we have variety. In any case, I do want to try and get another ability because I should be able to at least get to the gatehouse stairs. So I need to get a drink to open up the to restore my whist. So rest, I could settle for a nap with a cup of something warming or a glass of something soothing. Add a beverage to restore your soul card without waiting overnight. Now, what the first introduction to like a workspace may be the fact that there isn't a cup of water anymore, that it is in fact a cup of Cater and Hero Second Flush Assam, tea from the land of the real unicorn imported by Cater and Hero. And with that, I would need to learn to put it in the thing. So if I cast an object into the fire, brew over the fire, bring water to the boil, permit potential here to express itself, renounce or... Yeah, okay. If I cast an object into the fire, it will be transformed, destroyed, lost. A few things can respond more constructively to warmth if you add a soul card. So yeah, in this case here, I think adding the health makes more sense. Bring water to the boil, permit the potential here to express itself. I should make a tea. I'm finishing off a lukewarm coffee at this point, but... Steam and scent both rise. It's ready. It's interesting that the mirror winds up being in front of the tea. In any case, we are going to serve it. So serve here, plates, cups, and glasses, so that if I want to offer someone wine, I needn't give them the whole bottle. Serve appropriately. Pour out. I am intrigued by the, the circle with the cross in the middle, potentially the Sol Invictus sign of the second Flush Assam. It does have lantern on it, so I suppose I shouldn't be too surprised, but poured out. So, half pot, and in this case we will restore... Where's my whist? A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So again, the aim here is to try and get Mr. Kill in time for the to make the most of the sunny day. If it doesn't turn out, which it very may well not, we'll always have Paris. I don't know. I don't have a good explanation as to how that's okay. I deserved a little quiet time. Alright, let's get Mr. Kill as quickly as we can. We do need to give him the sunshine as well. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Alright. Tamer of trees, a worker of woods, a consigner of cadavers. He has also been known to try his hand very diffidently at poetry. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. Talk about the weather. It's more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So, the stairs to the room above are blocked with debris, and the plaster is peeling from the walls. I will need help from the village to clear and restore this place. Alright, so number of books, but it's a little late for any other work, so we're going to let time run by, but we are going to take an inventory of the new room. So, the Watchman's Tower, the first floor. The notorious Ava de Wolf, first and less Baroness Brandkrug, liked this room because this side of the house carried the fewest memories of her poor father Valentine, so she could eavesdrop on the conversations of visitors waiting below, or just because of how the pale light slanted through the windows in the last days of winter. We have the Night Sky chair, velvet smooth as midnight. That's a moon chair. Baron Silence astrolabe. Thomas de Wolf used this in his calculations, but it's much older than he was. As above, so below, a framed page of an illustrated vellum. Up close, the colors dazzle and puzzle. Sky. Got three unused texts. Now, the ink is back. Ugol ink, a variant of Iron Gall ink, particularly difficult to erase, a minor ink of power. Xanthotic essence, the rich gold of a summer afternoon. If sunlight precedes moonlight, St. Anselm observed, the Meniscate must precede the Madrigard, and the light that was lost will remain. So 2 forge, 2 knock, 5 lantern, it's a liquid and a pigment. We have Ava's desk, a magnificent 18th century secretary desk commissioned for Lady Ava de Wolf, last of the Brandkrug de Wolfs. We have Walter de Wolf, the bust is carved from serpentiate, striking local stone, and a quire of paper, enough for a short book or a blizzard of letters. Now that interests me quite a bit. So at some point I do want to reply to the trust, but let's take a look at what we need to get to the top floor. So that's going to need 2 Grail or 2 Sky. And there is actually a small argument here. So what I can do, given that we need 2 Lantern, what I may want to do at the start is I may want to use Core to bring Mrs. Kill in to unlock the top floor, and then we use the Whist to catalog the feathered book, and then attempt to solve the mystery with Rest. So definitely for a start, we're going to use our Core with Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill, the midwife, is tall and gloomy. Mr. Kill, the undertaker, is slight and wry. For 10 years, she has drawn villagers into the world, and he has shaped cradles for their departure. But she can also whittle, and he can also paint. Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. And it's a rainy day, so we can get extra grail from the weather. Okay. So that does give us nectar, but we can actually use we could use a villager for that. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to use Whist to catalog the book. So journal, my journal. This feathered cover is familiar, but the storm so scattered my thoughts. We'll use Mrs. Kill on the Watchman's Tower. The ceiling bows worryingly under a damp patch. There must be a leak in the observatory. The sun above knows what state it's in. I should seek help and enter carefully. Watchman's Tower at the observatory. Thomas de Wolf, 2nd Baron Brandkrug, who they called Baron Silence, built this observatory in 1576, by happy coincidence, just in time to observe the passage of the Great Comet in 1577. So we've got 6 uncatalogued books, and then 3 that we can read for mysteries. As far as the contents are concerned, we have the telescope. The scholars of the house watch the courses of the stars to determine their past and understand their future. And what I'm going to do here, I am going to hire a miner. In the spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. This is just to take advantage of the rain so that we can open another room. Thus, they more or less ruled themselves with the help of their wild Celtic temperament, made wilder by the hardness of their lives and the truly ghastly conditions under which they worked. With all this, it is not to be wondered that the Tinners acquired the reputation of being scarcely human, but it must be remembered that among them at all times were those whose characters could stand comparison with the best of men. L. Russer Muirhead. So, let me just take a quick second to make sure that my records are up to date. Scale, Forge, and Moon. Yep. So what I think I'm going to do is I'll probably hire one to unlock the Cloistered Garden, and I'll hire another one to unlock Denzil. Speak to an assistant. I could encourage my assistant, work with them for a little while, exalt them, or I could just listen to whatever they might have to say. So here we'll talk to them about the weather, more useful than one might expect, especially in Britain. I'm trying to think if there's any reason for me not to work at the Sweet Bones, but I can wait on that. It's not critical. I know I can't use health to catalog, so it's not an obvious answer, let's say. My journal, I'm sure of it. The storm scattered my thoughts, but each page I turn is familiar. I begin to recall now why I came here and the knowledge I yearn for. More about your origin and your aspirations in your journal. The feather-decked journal. In Caer Adar, I learned the secret gods speak one to another. I thought that would be the end of my journey, but the more I heard, the more I knew I must be missing. I am the librarian of Hush House, and I will find what has been lost. The Symergists came to Hush House to master birdsong, so that they can find the songs that have fallen to silence, but you can complete the game by mastering any wisdom. I eavesdropped on the songs of the Aviform Hours. I'd heard the warnings. I'd lose my mind, my soul, my skin. All these things are true, but no one ever warns you of what happens if you get away with it, which is to say, after that, there just doesn't seem to be anything else worth hearing. I do want to just double-check something here. Because I think Caer Adar is very specifically a reference to the Locksmith's Dream. Yep. So Caer Adar, for those of you who don't know about this, there is a live event called the Locksmith's Dream. And what it is, it's basically like an occult scavenger hunt. It's essentially you go to a place. It's between sort of, I believe it's in Wales, but it's sort of in this area between Wales and England. And it's a live event put on by a company called Tricuspid Limited. So that's run by a very nice man named Ivan Kirik, who's a friend of Alexis Kennedy, but it is independent of Weather Factory. And it's basically kind of a luxury getaway. So you get to stay in this house, which has the name Caer Adar. And I actually have a very specific idea of who this might be. But in any case, there is this idea that Caer Adar exists in every history. And it's actually made, so if you go there, there are individuals like, so the Wheellocks come up and are mentioned, and you'll also notice that the Wheellocks are mentioned inside of the game here. So, you know, again, we've kind of talked about how the secret histories now exist in a few different forms. There's the role-playing game, there's sort of the Enigmas, there's Cultist Simulator, and soon there's going to be Book of Hours. But this seems to be very directly tied to an actual real-world experience that you can have. Obviously, there's a travel cost involved as well as the stay, but like it's a very impressive event that they've put together. So it involves sort of a you spend sort of 2 days at this location. You go overnight. Dinner is served. There's sort of cocktails. It's kind of like, again, you can think of it sort of as like a luxury getaway. But again, it's in this sort of remote manor named Caer. The other name it's known by is Treowen. So that's the one that I would usually see in reference. But I'm near certain this is a direct reference to the Locksmith's Dream, the event. Anyways. So the first thing that I can do, the Tree of Wisdom. Scholars and adepts recognize 9 wisdoms, though they disagree where one wisdom ends and another begins. Something for me to think about. Travel the Tree of Wisdoms to learn secrets and to gain elements of the soul. So here it wants the journal. We will oblige. And we get Trist, the change and the longing, one of the 9 parts of the human soul. So I can, as long as I have one winter, I can study my journal. Oh, I also got a core. I gotta remember where I get the core from. I seem to wind up with a second, and I actually don't remember where that came from. Sorry, I was worried, like, where did my minor and my rain go? But it's from here, so. Okay, I'm trying to think where the core appeared. Or maybe it was alongside the Trist? I'm not sure. Either way, I'm happy to have it. So, again, we think about our next steps. So we're going to open the Cloistered Garden. I definitely want to recover my Whist. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Trista's Moth and Moon. Yeah, so I think we're probably going to wind up using the we're probably going to use the Trist to catalog some of these books. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. And I think I'm going to use my core to talk to Mrs. Kill. Wait, why would I do that? it's not obvious that I have a use for her yet. Yeah, so we'll actually skip that. All right, I can make out a green and shaded space, but it's choked with weeds and thorns. I will need help to clear the space. St. Brendan's Cloister. The sisters and brothers of the Abbey built these gardens in the 13th century at the height of the period we now call Solar Gothic. Walk here a while and breathe the peace they left. So to move higher, we either need the first floor of the Long Tower. So the Long Tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. In the nocturnal period, the inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the Isle. I'll need help to restore the room above. So we need to do something to improve Mr. Kill's winter in order to be able to access that. The walled garden, so that's 4 edge or 4 nectar. Iron spikes march along the top of the wall. The gate is rusted shut, but what I can see through the bars is as ruinous as I might expect. And finally, there is the first tree threshold, which is 3 knock or 3 rows. I have reached the threshold of the house proper. The librarians of the Curia were scholars of note. Some were potent adepts. From here, I should proceed carefully, observing the proper forms, making the appropriate offerings. The villagers and other locals know the ways of the earth and sea hereabouts. Their assistance will be invaluable. I should also take the time to reply to St. Ronwin's Trust. So maybe we start with that, because I don't think we're going to be going through the... I don't think we're going to be going through the house anymore today. A message for me. Apply to St. Ronwin's Trust. Add a soul card to determine the tone of the letter. Not all desks allow all soul cards. An enigmatic reply to St. Ronwin's Trust. The sea remains. The house remains. What else remains? We shall learn in time. I am something new, and in time I will learn what that means. All right, I'm going to pay up for another miner in the Sweet Bones. In the spring, the local miners often travel to the Feast of Lights below. If one breaks his journey at the Sweet Bones, a shilling will buy his labor for a day. So Denzel Smith has more work than he needs, and he rarely opens his door to strangers. A mutual acquaintance will introduce me to Denzel the Smith. I might get 6 or 10 words out of him if I'm patient. Now, if I wanted to gain access to Reverend Timothy, so Reverend Timothy is a hospitable soul, but Terence, his housekeeper, guards her employer fiercely. She doesn't want his innocent theological enthusiasms getting him in trouble with the New King's men. You need an introduction or a mutual acquaintance marked with lantern, knock, or sky, or perhaps someone who shares his interest in theology or poetry. So that's a hint that I would use Mr. Kill, which I will, but in this case, I don't have the ability to get Mr. Kill right now. So. We will probably use our core to catalog a book, and then we'll use our health at the Sweet Bones to recover a little bit of money. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. And I gained a memory intuition for that. You just know, you know? Now that does give me rows, so I may want to take a minute. I think we need 3 rows, so I don't see anything material changing with the I don't see anything material changing with the miners. The postmistress keeps the gate to the wider world. In her left hand is the lightning, which is to say the telegraph, and in her right the thunder, which is to say the only telephone in Brandkrug. Before her lies the cash register, which accepteth the greater currency and returneth its lesser children. I'll take this. I can take this to the post office to be dispatched to St. Ronwin's Trust. Once they know I've arrived, they'll send more funds, I hope. Patience. Thus the mountain awaits the fall of the snow. Thus Monday awaits the death of the weekend. Thus the postmistress waits for me to purchase the stamp. Stamp, envelope, send. The postmistress examines the letter and deems it sufficient. It'll go with the next post, she assures me. Now I can expect visitors, correspondence, and a stipend from the trust every spring. All right. I did hear something click over. Oh. Denzel is a surprising source of practical advice. The smithy is now available. So we do get some extra forge and a little lantern off of that. So in theory, if we could somehow get Timothy... Well, this actually is a possibility. So if I can get Mr. Kill, then we can use the foresight to get Reverend Timothy up to the first floor of the Long Tower. I think that is worth it, even if that means that I'm not able to follow up on my journal. And let's take some time. I will work at the Sweet Bone. So there's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 worth of odd jobs. Alright, now I have an idea of the book's nature and of its contents. So this is The Rose of Woznai, the heretical teachings of a disgraced offshoot of the Sisterhood of the Knot, that arcane contemplative order that existed in all histories. This was recorded by Woznai and dedicated to Saint Respicius. I might even try to recover another, like maybe I'll try to recover my core. Deserved a little quiet time. So like I said, it would have been nice to try and recover the, or not recover, but it would have been nice to try and to do the mystery in the book, but in this case, I'm okay. I'm okay trying to hire and use Reverend Timothy to get further into the house. Mr. Kill can spare a few hours to help a friend. Mutual acquaintance has induced Reverend Timothy, the rector, to invite me for tea. There may even be crumpets. As they used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Reverend Timothy's tea goes cold while he expostulates about post-restoration politics and theories about the pagan traditions of the miners. Alright. Reverend Timothy's words always run ahead of him, but his thoughts always catch up in the end. I kind of blew it, because I don't have a knock or a lantern to be able to hire him. So that was my bad, but that's, you know, we'll live with it. It's not like I wasn't going to benefit from talking with Reverend Timothy, right? So I suppose the worst of it is just, you know, I'm a little bit later on reading my journal. I do have some options. I can use the core to catalog a book, or I could use it to make some money at the Sweet Bones. I have a feeling that probably cataloging books makes a little more sense right now. Brentest, how you doing? There's a new patch that came out, so we are back to the start, but I am playing as the Simmergist, which actually has very direct references to the live event that's put on by Tricuspid Limited, which I think is a very cool touch. But how are you doing today? Okay, so like I said, the core is not going to be as useful because we can't use that to bring in Reverend Timothy, but let's use it to catalog a book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about the knowledge it might contain. I think probably it's good for us to not to sleep. Well, it's not so much lot less. I've explored fewer rooms. The number of rooms is same in the same in the patch, but there is a lot more in terms of the art assets. So I did take a quick peek on the old save. It does say that you should be playing a new save each time there's a new update. So I kind of want to honor that request. But I did take a look, and like all of those pink triangles, well, not all of them, but like the majority of pink triangles were there. So like the granite slab, bitter black salts, all of that stuff was. I should say it like that instead of saying, "Oh, you've done yeah." You know, well, I just wanted to be clear. Like, obviously, I do, because I keep covering up the solar label on here. I do want to just take the time to remind people that like it is a beta, and obviously, if you see me playing the game and I've more or less unlocked, like I'm not too upset about quote unquote losing the progress, because we did at least make it to a room that would have ended this particular run of the beta. But obviously there are some people who might be making an evaluation about the game, and obviously if they think, oh god, they like take away features, this is terrible. Like I'd feel terrible if people are like turned off of the game as a result of something that is a perfectly normal part of testing. So and like Weather Factory absolutely communicated ahead of time that, you know, what was it? The like this is the way patches and stuff like that would work. Yeah, God forbid a beta change things, right? I'm actually, so I'll be honest with you, I have been quite lucky to get involved in a number of different betas over the last couple of years. And they're like, a lot of them are ones that I can't even, well, I mean, like now I can talk about them, but this is one of the first, I have to say. Like I'm trying to think of other examples, but like this was, I believe, the first one which kind of like actively, well, okay, maybe actively encouraged might be a bit strong, but like it really does feel like Weather Factory were you know, quite happy and upfront about streaming it, whereas a couple of other ones, for completely reasonable reasons, like I am not, that's not me being grouchy about it, you know, I think they kind of had this view that, you know, well, we'd kind of like this thing to be in better shape before we you know, before we show it off. And again, like I absolutely do not begrudge them the option of doing that, but the opportunity to be able to share the opening experience of Book of Hours is really big for me, because that was how I got to introduce Cultist Simulator to, you know, to the people who discovered it through me. Like obviously there's way more people who found Cultist Simulator through not me. I think if anything, the relationship with Weather Factory has been, I owe whatever attention I get online in a large part to their game rather than the other way around. But I tried my best before anybody knew Cultist Simulator was a hit. I did try to arrange sort of this interview on a platform's Twitch site, and I was rather embarrassed because between setting that interview and doing the interview, the game was released. And at this point is like #1 on Steam, and like, you know, the people who know about it are already talking about it. So rather than it be being as like, hey, I'm trying to help out this scrappy little indie that, you know, that's, you know, really interesting, and I'm going to try and make it to sell a few more copies, where it's like, oh, great. You know, there's literally nothing I can do to make this. Well, I mean, hopefully the game is even more successful, but like, even with the like Steam streaming and stuff like that, like I do my best, but you know, it's obvious now, you know, if you put the developers of this game on a Steam stream, it can get like double the number of people that I'd get on a peak. So you know, I love to help, but I also realize that the amount of help that I can provide is pretty limited. So with all of that in mind, you know, Weather Factory is very, very cool about people showing off their game. Even in this beta form. So with that in mind, I try to respect the I try to respect that with being as clear as I can about the status of the beta. But for me, it is such a big thing that I can do something similar to Cultist Simulator, where I got to play it in various forms, and sort of we all got a chance to share that experience together. All right, the Wainscot Histories, subtitled Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged, and countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. And I think that's it for the day. So again, I felt a little foolish about how I handled the state of things with Reverend Timothy, but that's fine. I mean, that's how these things work out. We don't have any Moon, Rose, Forge, Lantern, Grail, or Rose. We don't have any texts along those lines to read, so we just kind of let them expire. Personally, never once was interested in truly trying to join a beta. I don't pay enough attention to figure things out. That could be a bug, and my brain loves sticking with the earliest iteration of feelings rather than the finished product. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's like early access, right? It's not for everyone. I'd certainly say that I play stuff differently because of betas, because so the game was 10 crowns when I first found out about it, but Old World is quite different in its early stages than versus the game that it is now, and I definitely play it in a way that reflects some of the early experiences with the game. And there are some things that I actually don't care for that much when I play them at first and move on. So I don't actually know how binding the NDA is on it, so I'm going to play it cautious and not say the name. But it's not a big developer, but it's definitely a developer with big names behind it, and I suspect it is aiming to be like a large, noticeable, like high production value game. So it's like, I don't even think it would count as an indie now. I think actually the studio was acquired, but like it's I think it's a developer that's doing really interesting things, and I'll admit the game was not as interesting to me as the one that I originally started following them for, but it's like, I'll give it a shot. And I'll confess, I wanted to like it, but it didn't quite do it for me. Now, that may change, but that's part of the experience too, right? Like, it's important to be honest on both sides of that ledger. Because would you rather, have developers find out that the thing's not quite working during a period where they can change it, although beta might be a little bit late for that, or do you want them to find that out after release and have to sort of like try and right that ship, right? Like, would it have been better for a game like Anthem, which obviously had a really good game inside of it? I really liked playing Anthem for the most part. I don't think it was perfect. Like, I think there's stuff that would have been nice to change, but Anthem was not nearly as bad of a game as what you would imagine, like as what everybody probably imagined from reading the headlines. But yeah, like it would be like, surely it would have been so much better. And it's not to say that EA doesn't test their games. Of course they test their games. But like, for someone to just sort of say like, hey, this thing has potential. Like, there's obviously some good stuff in here. I love zipping around in my jetpack and whatnot. But like, there's other stuff that's gotta, like, there's other things that need to happen before this works. That's kind of that's mostly what I'm talking about in terms of where the benefit would be. Okay, so Grail and Nectar. But honestly, like, I can't really speak from a position of knowing what developers find most useful for a beta. But what I've kind of tried to do whenever I give feedback, as much as I can. So if I simply must talk about mechanical stuff or like game development terms, I kind of try and like segment those off to their own little section. As much as I can say, it's like, I tried to do this and this is what happened. But sometimes I'll use terms because I think they explain the point a little bit better. But like, I think the thing is that it's a division of labor thing, right? Presumably playtesters are only ever hired, quote unquote, ever brought on because of their experience of playing games, right? People are wanting feedback in terms of how to interact with like how people like they're looking to they're looking for people to say, I did this thing and I liked it, or I did this thing and I didn't like it. If on the other hand you have an aspiring developer saying, oh, what you need to do is you need to set the timer to 25 seconds instead of 30 seconds. Well, it's not like the developer set the timer to 30 seconds at random. Or, I mean, maybe they did, but like, for the most part, there are other people. I'm going to guess that the developers thought of most of what I have to say before I have. Maybe not. Like, maybe I am selling myself short on this stuff. But I think for the most part, I think it's fair to say that probably they've thought of most of the stuff I can come up with off the top of my head, because they're the expert. But that doesn't mean that I don't have anything relevant to say, but it does mean that, maybe I want to spend more time as saying, when I play this game, here's this thing, and here's how I felt about it. Good and bad. I feel it's important to also tell people when stuff is working as well. But yeah, like, this is just it. Like, it's why, I never want to, like, it's hard to try and say, it's like, oh yes, I should be an advocate for people becoming testers. Like, no, if you're not interested in it, like, why would you do that, right? Like, there's other things, there's other games to play. Everybody's got like a million games in their library today. But it can be quite rewarding, and I have a feeling that probably people who are willing to be honest about their experiences are probably quite valuable. So... But I don't know, right? Like, I can only speak to my own experience as much as I can. I try to be honest, and I try to resist the urge to like tell the experts what's what. Although I don't mean to suggest I'm perfect on that. Like, sometimes I make a guess in terms of how it's going. So like, a good example out of this, whenever I notice with the skills, they've got like mismatched quotations, and I'm like 99% sure when it parses the JSON file to get the text, it's counting one of the quotes as part of the JSON text rather than the text. Now, it's not useful to say that, but if you say it seems like ... it's this thing here, that can at least sort of explain, okay, I've noticed a pattern in terms of the way that it's going, and hopefully the identification of the pattern lets somebody figure out what's going on. So ultimately it depends on how much time they've been given to think about different perspectives to believe. Yeah. I mean, like, again, like, there is a negative side to thinking that way, right? Which is like I don't think you should feel shut off from being able to express your ideas, right? And I suspect probably some of the better developers are able to translate what might be normally perceived as very unhelpful or even hostile advice into something that is useful. It's like, so if I've done a seminar and I've presented a paper, there is a wide range of people who go to seminars. Some people are jerks who are looking to try and show off how smart they are, and like you like sometimes you just like you just need to give them a chance to talk, and and then they tire themselves out. But the thing is that sometimes when they're talking, it doesn't, like, they may actually be making a salient point. They might be making it in a really mean or disrespectful way. But the thing is that if you're doing like some kind of scholarly work, it's actually important that you be able to address, the central challenge. And obviously you wind up with a better paper if you can disentangle the fact that the guy who said it was a jerk, and and extract the useful part out of it. Because, the people you want to benefit from your paper are not necessarily going to be jerks. And why should they have to suffer for the sins of the other guy? But obviously in the moment when you're up at the front of a room and, some guy's giving you a dressing down in front of an audience of your peers, it doesn't exactly feel great. And it does require a little bit of effort to try and put that in check. I used to actually sort of say in some, I used to say, because of those seminars, that I have a thick skin. And I think to a certain extent that's true, but I also have not realized exactly what internet rhetoric is like. And definitely on the internet, you will be attacked for things that you don't actually believe, just what people perceive they believe. So I've put a barrier around, or like a limitation around what I believe I'm thick-skinned about, because there's definitely a set of things where I'm like, this is not worth my time dealing with, and I'm mad that you're behaving this way. Sorry, I need to take a drink. But coming back to the idea of feedback for a game, I have to assume that there is an analogy that can be drawn in terms of game development. Being able to sift the useful advice out of a poorly framed bit of feedback ultimately will make for a better game. And, likewise, I would hope for myself that I don't let the thought, they've probably thought of everything, to keep me from being able to express ideas. Because, it's probably not true that, someone else has had all the ideas in the world. I will just say, though, like every time I see on Reddit or something like that, someone saying, lazy devs, ... Like, half of the essays I wind up writing, I feel like, are just trying to push back against the kind of sentiments you will see on, on things like Steam forums and that. And I mean, maybe there's a problem with that. Like, maybe I should not be spending that much time thinking about people like that. Oops. Lady Ava's Repose. So that's a 6 winter. Not impossible for us to work with, but it definitely looks like there's going to be a challenge in terms of working with all of these texts. Yeah, well, like, I don't want to spend too much time on this stuff, but it seems like it's going to be a more quiet stream tonight. So I'll give you an example of, like, a completely low effort comment on Steam, which is weirdly prevalent in some circles. So, like, I recently got the Outlast Trials on the Epic sale. And where was it? Huh. It used to be like the top comment, but I guess I mean, it's not worth spending that much time looking for it. I'm gonna like search for. Okay, yeah, here we go. So, Outlast Trials, title, Early Access equals no buy. Lazy devs wanting to cash out, question mark, equals no money. Simple as. First comment, so true. Like, for God's sakes, like, Outlast Trials is amazing. You know, there's some bits that are like rough around the edges, but I am genuinely impressed at how well that game works in a multiplayer format. I never would have thought that it works that well. And like there are some things, like there are some people who are like, oh, starting to get bored. This game's too easy. Like Outlast is not a particularly difficult game. You can usually outrun or dodge the enemies. But if you immerse yourself in the game, it is genuinely very tense. And I love that stuff about it. But like early access being a cash out, like for a game that looks as good and plays as well as Outlast Trials, are you for real? Like, and like how I just don't see how you can look at a game like that and say that the devs are being lazy, especially in early access where, you know, people are, you know, obviously there is a fairly significant group of people who will not buy a game until it's in the full release. So I really don't quite see how an early access is a cash out. There is definitely, like, I do believe that there is something in terms of Kickstarter and early access that that involves a certain assumption of risk that some players don't necessarily want to take on. So I think the System Shock remake may be my last Kickstarter, unless it's something by like Weather Factory or, you know, like a developer that I know and has something of a track record. Because the fact of the matter is that like System Shock was originally sold as being something that was made in Unity. They had a certain deadline, and like I played the demo. Demo was pretty convincing. I'm like, okay, this seems like a manageable project. I'm in. You know, like System Shock, this is looking okay. And they got a lot more money than what the Kickstarter was for, and then they announced that they're switching to the Unreal Engine, and I was basically like, oh God, can I just get a refund? Because I've never ever seen a game that's been like Kickstartered or otherwise had any kind of open development which says we're switching game engines and like it's a good thing, right? I've heard lots of stories in both indie and professional space how switching engines just completely grinds production to a halt. And sure enough, that game is years late. As a backer, I assume all of the risk of the project. The ultimate discount for backing the game early is like a 10% discount after inflation is taken into account. Night Dive is getting all of the benefit from the success of that game, and I'm happy that it's a successful game. Like, I'm an owner of the game, but I'm playing the game at the same time everybody else is. You know, I've got 100 emails in my inbox, you know, giving enthusiastic updates about delays. And a lot of it just seems to have been because of this decision, oh, hey, you know, we can use the Unreal Engine now, you know. And I'm mad about that because I backed the game on the basis that it had a working and, like, pretty decent demo. So I do sort of feel to a certain extent that there was, I was sold one thing and given another. So, you know, because that can happen, and likewise with early access, there's no rule on Steam that says you have to finish an early access game, or that the early access game has to be like, I don't know, 70% of what the, you know, or like the finished product has to have like 70% of what the early access game was like. like in the end, as a player, you are assuming the risk that the game may change into something that you don't like. But yeah, I don't know. Like I feel I'm okay with early access because in the end, like I'm making an evaluation of whether or not this game is for me, the same way that I make any other, any other purchase decision. But Kickstarter, there've just been too many examples at this point for me of people who are promising too much, and there's no mechanism to enforce them to actually do what they've said, and it's a shame because I think there's a lot of I feel like there's a lot of games that would benefit from having access to Kickstarter, to crowdfunding, and I feel that a lot of games have kind of ruined it for everyone through that. But again, that's me obviously I'm potentially running into the lazy devs trap here, right? Saying every Kickstarter is corrupt. No, it isn't. But it is definitely getting very difficult to distinguish between the ones that are the genuine article, and the ones that are, promising one thing but not feeling obliged to fulfill their commitments once they have the money in hand. Oculus is another good example of that, right? Oculus is the cheapest venture capital money that they could have gotten. They pocketed a whole lot of money when they were acquired by Meta, and all the backers got a headset. It's probably the most expensive VR headset anybody bought. So anyways, I mastered this and gathered the lessons it conceals. Okay, so the question here is, do I want to catalog a book, or do I want to bring in Mrs. Kill for memories? And I think probably bringing in Mrs. Kill is the right call here. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Okay, so with Rhyme and Remembrance, we can now bring this up to Winter 2. So just remembering that we've got a Winter 6 book that I want to read at some point. Mrs. Kill has seen more of the world than she usually lets on. Conversations with her yield the occasional surprise. We've talked about this before, but one of the things that I really like about Reverend Timothy that I didn't realize right away, obviously this is a character that's known for basically talking too much, like me. And I do like the fact there's an extra 10 seconds when you talk with him. Okay, that solace isn't going to help me, but... Well, it would help me in an indirect way. If I had the foresight, I could have turned that... I could have talked with Mrs. Kill and turned that into something that would get her to work with Reverend Timothy, but... So, unless... Let me just double check. So, it's Lantern all the way down, I think. Yeah, that sky doesn't quite help me. It's 4 nectar down here, so can't quite work with that. Yeah, so Lady Ava's Repose is the most likely candidate. But what we're looking for here is Moon or Winter to improve Rhyme and Remembrance. So what I'm going to do here is catalog the baronial period book. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Stolen Secret will help us with Rhyme and Remembrance, at least. Oh, wait, no, I need to use that has to be consider. Okay, so we're near the end of the day. And the Velletri interviews. So that Solace actually would have helped us. So if I'd used the core with Memory Solace, we could have cataloged that, we could have solved the mystery in that book. But we can't get the core back in time. So we can level this up. So there's always more to learn and improve this skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it more suitable for higher branches on the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. Skill is now level 2. Its aspects have increased. So we'll need 2 of either Winter or Moon to be able to level it up, but it's a start. Music is very wonderful. There's the Cultist Simulator soundtrack is available on the different streaming services. It can also be bought individually on Steam. But it's the same composer, Mary Beth Solomon, who's Canadian, by the way. I did send a comment on the music when the demo was made available. I'm pretty sure it was the demo. The developers kindly enough sent the response from the composer to the comment. So, and apparently it caused them pain because they'd just been to the dentist. But no, it's definitely. I will say one of the things that I've liked the most about. One of the things that I liked about the Cultist Simulator sort of beta is the opportunity to interact with the developers. Like, I'm bad at submitting bug reports, but it's usually quite fun to sort of engage with them. And the beta just happens to be a nice chance to sort of do that that kind of engagement. I think it would be a good idea for me to wait to see what the weather is. Because I can see some sense in hiring Mr. Kill to unlock Crowcross Sands. Actually, no. I'll speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. We can just recover the Whist after the... Okay, cloudy day, so that is Moon Moth. Now that's probably not going to do much in terms of my ability to access rooms. But what it is going to do is it's going to... I'll just double check that. Yeah. So one thing I could do would be to use the Winter with my Whist with Mr. Kill to move up. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk with him here. So Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping by for a gossip. We will take our Whist and recover that right away. Anyway, sorry. What I meant to say was one of the secret bonuses for me is that being able to interact with the developers is a lot of fun. But on top of that, I did get a little bit of an insight in terms of the rapport between them and the composer. But in any case, I like the Cultist Simulator music for sure. But I feel like Book of Hours has just, pushed it up to a whole other level. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales. Well, we'd listen. So if we can, I'd like to use that with Reverend Timothy. Actually, I think we can already. So I'm going to still use Mr. Kill to earn some memories before I go too far down the path. What I think I'm also going to do... Yeah, let's try and get our second... Let's try and get our second memory before I go too far. I am going to read the winter text just to see if that gets me anything fancy. I deserved a little quiet time. So, the logic behind that was I can either level up Mr. Kill to gain access to the Long Tower first room, although it may make more sense to use him to hire Reverend Timothy to gain... Well, wait a minute. Why would I be using Reverend Timothy? Yeah, why pay for Reverend Timothy when I have Mr. Kill that I can use for free? Alright, so we can improve our rhyme and remembrance off of that, which is good. That got me nothing. Sorry, just a second here. It's definitely something I want to report there. Okay, so combine that with clouds. Oh, did I? Right, we need the lesson learned. So I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve this skill to level 3. Aha! Lots of possibilities opening for us. So we're going to talk with him about whist. Now this may close me off from being able to read Lady Ava's Repose, but we're not relying on any memories for that either. What I am going to do is I'm going to use the Lady Ava desk with the core. So the Velletri interviews. Oh. This is probably designed to stop me from reading. Wait, this is weird. So why is Lady Ava's desk... Okay, no, so Lady Ava's desk can't use a phonograph record or a reel of film. It can use language blank, readable, or ink. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this is specifically designed... Actually, you know what? Sorry to do this, but I'm going to abandon game for a minute, because I should have looked at the news. Welcome to the solar beta of Book of Hours. Follow us at weatherfactory.biz and factory weather. It actually should be... Actually, I'll make a note of that. I am going to be... I am going to be... Oh, sorry. Let me... So lots more item art, visitor text, and early bare bones visitor stories. Some largely friendly balance tweaks. So there's obviously a lot that's held under there, but I'm going to guess that one of those balance tweaks was making sure that I can't read multiple books at once. I don't believe that's unintentional. Once more with feeling. I'm no expert, but I'm no dabbler either. Improve the skill to level 3. So yeah, given that we're going to have to do one text at a time, it makes sense to talk with Mr. Kill about Whisk now to improve his abilities, and then in 7.2 seconds we will use the Storm and the Core to study the heart work, and then I'm going to use my core in the Sweet Bones to make a little more money. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. My skill is now level 3. Its aspects have increased. So this basically means that I can automatically complete the winter text here. With a whisk, obviously. I can't just do that at random, but... Oh! It's a phonograph record. Alright, that's why... Okay, so it does take a codex. Okay, yeah, so my bad. Now, here's a question. So it takes language, blank, readable... Oh, no, readable. Right, I get it. Okay, so no, they have not nerfed the... They've not nerfed the desks. It's just that I didn't realize that this was a phonograph. Cool. A little bit of a misstep because I would have preferred to probably read the text, but that's fine. I mean, we have an opportunity to move higher in the manner. I think in this case it makes sense for us to unlock the room. There's nothing I can get from the memories. And if time permits, maybe I'll just make some more money in the Sweet Bones. My assistant and I will be prudent. So the Long Tower looks like it's been abandoned much longer than 7 years. In the nocturnal period, the inhabitants probably spent most of their time on the seaward side of the isle. I'll need help to restore the room above. Okay, so we have got the Long Tower Solomon study. In 1818, the Very Reverend Solomon Husher became third librarian of the Curia of the Isle. He took rooms in the Long Tower as his quarters. Husher's tastes were Spartan, although the Curia generally liked a little more luxury. Nobody quite dared to redecorate the place after his disappearance. We've got the Pale Desk. It looks like there's papers on each of the desks. No, sorry, that's just the image of the desk. But there is perniculate, so it looks like there's more ink this time around. So Deadly used gloves to read texts produced with this pigment, an ink of power, sometimes considered an unsanctioned ink. We've got Whispering Sand, white silver sand in which the voice of the waves lingers. An uncatalogued book from the baronial period, Solomon Husher, a winter bust. This bust is the palest of white marble. Fragrant candle, a candle scented with a fragrant chalice. 2 grail, 1 lantern. Widow's candle, light in remembrance. 1 moth. Pale Desk. Solomon Husher himself commissioned this from Lockwood Fen bog yew, blackened and half fossilized by centuries underwater. Here at this desk he wrote his doomy allegory of winter and its romance with the sun. When he blotted the last word on his manuscript and rose from his work, the timber had turned pale as fresh-cut maple, or so the story goes. So the next room is going to require four lantern or 4 winter, so we can definitely achieve that with Mr. Kill. Provided we can get 2 knocks somehow, we will also be able to use Reverend Timothy to get into the threshold, but I think our goal is going to be the 2nd floor. But we do have something that we can catalog now, so we'll use Ava's Desk. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. So, Fekri's Herbery. Not the easiest text for us to get a handle on, but we'll see. I think it's pretty clear we want Faust as soon as we can get it. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So we're gonna get Mr. Kill right away. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. It's a sunny day, so that doesn't do too much for me just because we don't really need... Well, hang on. There might be a book we can read now. It looks like it's 4 lanterns, the minimum one. But the 2 sky can be read, so... We'll use the core with Traveling at Night Volume 2 and the sunny day... Oh. Right. That's probably going to have to be a consider for me there. So, the annotated dream journals of Christopher Alopoli, sometimes called the only readable occultist. Literate, entertaining, bewildering. So we use the sunny day for the 2 sky, and then we will apply... I guess actually a tryst maybe makes a little more sense, because we can't make money, well, as much money with the tryst. So I can master this mystery enough sky to match mystery sky. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Alright, so the trick here is going to be that I want to talk with Mr. Kill to get a bunch of memories while I rest. And that's going to be in preparation for any kind of improvements I can make to what I earn from books. The real trick that I'm going to try and get away with here is with 90 seconds, I'm going to use the whist to improve Mr. Kill and move to this higher room. And then I'm actually going to try and rest one more time to... Actually, I don't need to use my health, so we're going to do manual labor at the Sweet Bones. Okay, so that's Memory Solace. Yeah, so the aim here is I want to get this room first because otherwise the core is not going to be used. Like, I can at the very least catalog something, and then I also have the possibility of using it to read certain texts again, so that I can learn what I can like learn what the sorry like I can learn what memories come out of certain books. But yeah, it's just I don't I if I can, I would like to use the core to catalog a book on a day like this when I know I'm not otherwise going to use it. Because if, let's say, I wind up with I don't know, something that requires me to bring in Mrs. Kill, I find something that requires a grail or whatever, or I find a heart text or something like that. That's a time when I have to use the core, and maybe I'm going to want to use my other elements or something like that. So how does this game teach you how old... So does this game teach you how old British money works? Not really. I guess it teaches you in the sense that you figure it out as you go along. If you... So, like, it'll automatically make... it'll automatically combine the... it'll automatically combine the different denominations. So you don't... Like, if I'm completely honest with you, what you really need to worry about are the shillings, because those are going to... The shillings are what you're going to use to hire sort of the unnamed laborers. And then I believe it's a farthing to hire the like the named characters, like Denzil, Reverend Timothy, basically anybody who had like a named character that isn't a friend of yours. So I get Mr. and Mrs. Kill for free by being their friends. I just need to use an element of the soul. If I want to hire Reverend Timothy, if I want to hire if I want to hire if I wanted to hire Denzil, that would cost 2 shillings, and I believe the 2 shillings cost is equivalent to a farthing. And I think a pound is like 20 shillings, and a shilling is 12 pence. So 2 sixpence becomes a shilling, 12 shillings becomes a pound. But like in practice, like I'm interested in this because I'm interested in money. Like numismatics is the name for it, but it's and again, I'm probably wrong on it, because like that's not necessarily the thing that I'm interested in my... Like I'm definitely like there are very narrow things that I'm specifically interested in. So for instance, I am interested in the measures that are used to prevent counterfeit. So like that's a subject that I'm pretty interested in. I liked going to the Canadian Mint, and I actually also like there's now a money museum by the Bank of Canada in Ottawa. I find that really interesting because they do have like old, like the examples of currency that they have go everywhere from the rye, like the stones on the island of Yap, to ancient coins, to modern examples. It's the central bank, so clearly they have a lot of examples in terms of how the I think they have like lots of examples in terms of how the what am I trying to say? they've like simulators and they don't have like the Moniac, which was like a water-based computer to simulate the economy. But yeah, it's like, to me, this is interesting stuff. It is to me like just one of these things that you can be nerdy about. But I'll be honest with you, I don't have any specialized knowledge to say like this is how the money should work, or like because I'm interested in this thing, I have a special insight in terms of it. I just treat it the way that everyone else does. But it's period stuff, and the level of detail that they go into in terms of developing the game. There's a tweet that the developer put out where they were sort of talking about there not being the correct number of gun ports on the model ship at the top of the windswept gallery, or I guess windlit gallery when you open it, and like this is a level of research where I don't think anybody would have complained about there not being the correct number of portholes on the, I believe it's fourth-rate ship of the line. But I will say the level of research in this game also shows, because like there are little details about how this stuff works, which if you are an expert in it, or if that is your thing, you recognize it. And there's a degree of authenticity that comes across. And again, it is particularly delightful to play these games and find out that something that might have been, you maybe thought was an invention, is in fact a real thing, or at least has its basis in reality, and it's just a little bit of a nudge off to a different path. So it is quite fun. So clearly this is Weather Factory trying to push bringing back they want to go back to pre-decimalization. Yeah, no, this is what this is the monetary system that Thank you kindly, Ellen Ripley. Very good to see you again. Yeah, no, this is, so far as I can tell, this is the currency system that was used, I think, until about the 1970s. I actually don't know. I don't know decimalization day, but let's look it up. 15th of February, 1971. So 35 years. Assuming the new king permits it, of course. Yeah, thank you again for the Prime subscription there, Ellen Ripley. What was I gonna say? Were you in a region that, because like I do think Canada did use that system, but I believe our system shifted before the UK did. Anyways, doesn't matter. There is an extensive discussion of comparisons between Allopoly's own dreams and those of the Emperor Elagabalus, who Allopoly regards as a dupe or avatar of the sun in rags. The white is the west of the world, Allopoly remarks, and winter does not wait forever. Dead men don't tell no bloody tales? Well, who'd listen? So again, we're going to wait till we get our whist from resting. One other thing I should actually try, if I take... Now that's interesting. So a quire of paper enough for a short book or a blizzard of letters. So it's nectar, considerable thing, and fuel. So papers aren't writable or blank. Curious. No problem. I mean, I'm the one who chooses the very loud subscription message. But no, I'm glad you like the stream. Like I said, it's very different. It's actually very funny because there have been channels where, like, I get raided from someone, and there are people who just straight up don't like me from that chat because of the way that I behave in Twitch chats. But then, you know, they see the channel and obviously the very different person that I am when I'm, you know, when I'm talking. And it's like, yeah, I used to hate that System Shock guy, but then, but then I saw his channel and he seems kind of cool. So, you know, I play to my incentives. All right, we'll watch for what lies ahead. Actually, Bredis, did we talk about the Emperor Elagabalus? Because that might be a good example about where, like, the research and the details come in. So, Elagabalus found his way to the White Door at last. Thankfully, Elagabalus found his way to the White Door at last. Thankfully, speech can't pass the White Door, and honestly, Elagabalus never had anything very interesting to say. I tried to follow in his footsteps, but I never learnt enough of the White. I suppose I'm thankful for that too. But here's what I do know. Well, we did find Solomon Husher's library, but we have not yet found the Preparation Husher, or Preparation H. What was I trying to do? Right, Sights and Sensations. A new skill. To mix the rarest colors, a merciless detachment is required. Okay, so again, the plan here is to unlock the Long Tower, freezing air, even tendrils of fog drift from the tower top. I should probably seek help from someone who knows the local traditions for dealing with restless spirits. And as expected, we've got a couple of books that we can catalog. So, a nice chilled glass of water. Long Tower, Solomon's Quarters. Generally reckoned as the chilliest room in the house, the Long Tower was usually called the Winter Tower until Julian Cosley, Magus Epistler, reputed Long, dwelt here briefly in the 17th century. Solomon Husher was the second known to sleep in the room. Evidently, they didn't mind the cold. Guest bed Solomon. Julian Cosley and Solomon Husher, both great sages of winter, slept in this bed, although not simultaneously. No one, the story runs, has ever managed a serene night's sleep in it since. We've got another Widow's Candle. We've got Isle Water from Brankrug's Deep Springs, Heart, Moon, and Winter. Snowflake Candelabrum, an iron candelabrum inscribed with a simple snowflake symbol. A crescent candelabrum, an iron candelabrum inscribed with a simple frieze of crescent moons. Another widow's candle, and the foundation of the sun. Long ago in this country, one did not build a church without first sacrificing a white bull to the sun in rags. Solomon Husher bought this tapestry from, well, wherever it was that Solomon came from. As someone who knew a person who went by Elagabalus, I completely agree with this statement. What an unusual name to go by. That or Roman emperors are more widely known than I thought. Anyways, we'll catalog and then we'll see what the Sights and Sensations gives me. So that's 2 Sky and 1 Winter. Now, unfortunately, we've already read Traveling at Night Volume 2, so this doesn't exactly get me anything I didn't already have access to. But that's fine, because we, like... Oh, I think I blew it with the whist. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink, while the wind chased the clouds chased the sun. Ah, fair enough. And sorry, I should be considering with the core, so... Okay, now I have an idea of this book's nature and of its content. So in the Mallory, this is a pretty straightforward lantern text for us to read. We'll still need to wait for something like a sunny day, just because I don't... Sorry, it's a florin, not a farthing. Now I need to find out how much a farthing is. Unless a florin's a different name for a farthing. I'm sorry, I have to do an internet search for this. Oh wow, farthing is definitely not worth it. So denomination of sterling coinage worth 1/960th of a pound, 1/48th of a shilling, or 1/4 of a penny. So yeah, a farthing is amazingly small. Yes, it is also worth remembering they're not accounted for in this, but this is the pence that you see below here. So we've got 2 pence. I believe there is a single, or if you prefer, tuppence, a sort of Janus of pennies. 3 pence, or thruppence, or threepenny bit, like 2 pence, but more so. There are actually half pennies, or halfpenny. British, man. Crazy. But yeah, sorry. So it's florin. But yeah, like I remember the florin because I remember the florin and that it's 2 shillings because I use them to get my workers. Excuse me. But of course, the half crown is a florin and a 6pence. 2.5 shillings, obviously. A crown, 5 shillings or 1/4 of a pound. Alright, the Carmine Petal Unexpurgated. So this is an 18 level lantern, so lots of lantern books. Yeah, given that we're going to need something with knock or rose, we're going to need a fairly intense level of edge. I'm thinking probably we throw ourselves into study. And depending on the weather, we'll make our move. Actually, this isn't really... I don't think this is where Weather Factory's going with it, but I'm sorry to ask it this way, but I just don't want to... I don't want to be sort of launching off onto a topic that people are not familiar with. But I'd say out of the people who are currently watching, like, there's... like, would it be fair to say that people watching are have read or at least are familiar with the book 1984? And, like, not just, like, I know there's the phrase Orwellian and it, you know, like, people think, like, if there's a traffic camera on the corner, it's, you know, that's Orwellian. That's not exactly where I'm going with it. I'm definitely a little bit more focused with sort of being familiar with scenes of the book and so on. Personally, for Ancient Leaders, I feel like Agamemnon. So, Bredist, I don't remember if you were around for this, but when I did Troy, I have one good stream title in me, and that was for Troy, where I called it Rock Me Menelaus. Definitely tried to read it. Okay, cool. So, you may remember that there's a scene in 1984 where Winston Smith goes to a pub, and there's a guy, like this grizzled guy. Actually, you know what? Back in a second. I may not have bookshelves, but I've got big stacks of books that are pretty easy to grab. I have read, like, so for those who are not familiar with it and would rather have an audiobook, I have actually read it on stream before. The funny thing is, the part I usually read are the exchange between Smith and Syme in the canteen, because I'm convinced that it is intended to be funny, that it actually is funny, and that people don't appreciate the humor that's in 1984. There we go. Oh, wait, no, sorry. This is where he's renting the room. I'm specifically looking for the scene where, yeah, here we go. So I'll just read this segment. You'll probably remember it when it comes up. It's less than 100 pages into the book. So hurriedly, lest he should have time to become frightened, he descended the steps and crossed the narrow street. It was madness, of course. As usual, there was no definite rule against talking to proles and frequenting their pubs, but it was far too unusual an action to pass unnoticed. If the patrols appeared, he might plead an attack of faintness, but it was not likely that they would believe him. He pushed open the door, and a hideous cheesy smell of sour beer hit him in the face. As he entered, the din of voices dropped to about half its volume. Behind his back, he could feel everyone eyeing his blue overalls. The game of darts, which was going on the other end of the room, interrupted itself for perhaps as much as 30 seconds. The old man, whom he had followed, was standing at the bar, having some kind of altercation with the barman, a large, stout, hook-nosed young man with enormous forearms. A knot of others, standing around with glasses in their hands, were watching the scene. "I arsed you civil enough, didn't I?" said the old man, straightening his shoulders pugnaciously. "You telling me you ain't got a pint mug in the old bleeding boozer?" "And what in the hell's name is a pint?" asked the barman, leaning forward with the tips of his fingers on the counter. "Hark at him! Calls himself a barman and doesn't know what a pint is. Why, a pint's half a quart, and there's 4 quarts to the gallon. Have I to teach you your ABC next?" "Never heard of him," said this barman shortly. Liter and a half, that's all we serve. There's the glasses on the shelf in front of you." "I likes a pint," persisted the old man. "You could have drewed me off a pint easily enough. We didn't have these bleeding liters when I was a young man." "When you were a young man, we were all living in the treetops," said the barman, with a glance at the other customers. There was a shout of laughter, and the uneasiness caused by Winston's entry seemed to disappear. The old man's white-stubbled face had flushed pink. He turned away, muttering to himself, and bumped into Winston. Winston caught him gently by the arm. "May I offer you a drink?" he said. "You're a gent," said the other, straightening his shoulders again. He appeared not to have noticed Winston's blue overalls. "Pint," he said aggressively to the barman. "Pint a wallop." The barman swished 2 half liters of dark brown beer into thick glasses, which he had rinsed in a bucket under the counter. Beer was the only drink you could get in Prol pubs. The Proles were not supposed to drink gin, though in practice they could get a hold of it easily enough. The game of darts was in full swing again, and the knot of men at the bar had begun talking about lottery tickets. Winston's presence was forgotten for a moment. There was a deal table under the window where he and the old man could talk without fear of being overheard. It was horribly dangerous, but at any rate there was no telescreen in the room, a point that he made sure of as soon as he came in. Could have drawed off a pint, he grumbled the old man as he settled down behind the glass. Half-liter ain't enough. It don't satisfy. And an old liter's too much. It starts my bladder running, let alone the price. And then basically this is the scene where Winston's trying to get a view of the old man. But as it turns out, I can't remember where I originally read this, but this scene apparently is quite in line with George Orwell's actual feelings on the relative merits of the imperial and the metric systems. So this is just a nice little chance where, like the scene serves a purpose in the book. It's Winston's attempts to try and connect with the world prior to the party and the and the state as it exists. And he's largely, for those again who may not remember the scene, he's largely unsuccessful. Like the guy's just kind of got a haze of memories, and there's like nothing really there. But in that moment, like the sign of decay and dystopia that Orwell decides to sort of sneak in on this is the fact that it's like, yeah, people are beaten and there's room 101, and it's not enough that it's not enough that you just go along. You have to think and believe it. And it's a state entirely dedicated to the perpetuation of power, and they use metric. So that part I don't think is deliberately funny, but I do think it's funny knowing that apparently Orwell really didn't like metric. So, I will say I'm not entirely sure the presence of the pre-decimalization. I think this is called the Carolingian system, but I'm not entirely convinced that this is an effort to harken back to the good old days. I do think, however, the author's opinions on sardines are present down below. You could check the VOD yesterday if for those of you who weren't there for that. All right, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So yeah, I'm not expecting to get the Whist back in time, but I am hoping to just get some. At this point, I'm really just hoping to get some things to get me some skills and read the remaining books. So if we get something that allows us to make it to the the first true threshold, so much the better. If we don't, I'm just hoping we can get some momentum for reading the books that we need. And for those of you that don't like George Orwell, I apologize, but I know I have a little bit of a captive audience tonight, so. To a conclusion. I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. So, another rhyme and remembrance, which I feel like I shouldn't be too mad about, but this is absolutely not the thing I need. But I am going to make a note for my spreadsheet. So that was Lady Ava's Repose. So we can give this a shot in terms of yeah, just the memory regret, so that's not going to help us. Memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. Okay, this is good news. And apparently I haven't recorded Traveling at Night Volume 2 yet. But anyway, we should get a toehold on our lantern with the summer, or with the sunny day, so let's take a minute to think through how I want to do the day. So we've cataloged a number of things. We don't have a phonograph, so that's not useful for me. So here's what I think I'm going to do. We're going to go to the Sweet Bones. I'm going to talk to Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. I'm going to use my tryst in the Ava desk with this... Right, I can't do that. I definitely want to use the tryst, so read the lantern work with the sun and tryst. I can master this mystery. And I'm not 100% sure what I'm going to do with the core and the whist yet. So I am still being kind of tight-fisted as far as the lesson learned is concerned. We're not in Numa yet, so I don't need to worry too much about it. But the aim is to try and amass enough memories to be able to improve my rhyme and remembrance. Which is not the easiest thing to do because I've got there's a limited number of books that I can actually call on to get the I'm trying to remember what I get from Traveling at Night. I think it was an intuition. Trust active. Incident. What happens happens. I don't know if I'm supposed to... I don't know if I'm supposed to see this. Alright, as I used to say in my youth, the day is done, and so am I, but I've earned my pay. I guess I should be trying to restore one of my elements of the soul. So yeah, let's restore the core. And again, it's a little foolish for me to just be focusing so much on making money right now, because I do actually need to employ people to make it worth doing. But I figure what I can do here is I can reread Traveling at Night so that I can learn how that works. And then from that I can start making some decisions in terms of how the rest of this is going to work. gonna stack. Let's put all the lantern books in the same place. Okay, I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it contains. Anburian Lapidary, and that is a foresight. So that one was in the Mallory, which we've already got. So we might as well consider that one right away. A new skill. Lightning is a little life and jewels are its eyes. Ava DeWolf. Basically just ranking these in terms of lantern difficulty. And Memory's Solace, okay. That doesn't help me too much. So, I'm looking for Knock, I'm looking for oh. Traveling at night. I don't know if this system's going to make a lot of sense, but we'll work with it as we as best we can. But yeah, so in terms of likely texts, actually we'll put that one down below. So 4 nectar, 4 rose. The drawback here is I just don't have those through my usual abilities. I guess it's really going to come down to what we can get done with Anburian Lapidary. That's a Sky 2. I suppose in a pinch I can try committing that to the Tree of Wisdoms for another element of the soul, but I don't think it's the elements of the soul that are keeping me from getting what I need. So here I think I'm just going to restore my Whist. I'm probably gonna have to commit something because the way it's working right now, there's no real progress that I'm making. And I can get a free regret, but that doesn't really count for a whole lot. So I think probably if I can't make any progress, I'll consider a Faust. You know what? Faust doesn't actually get me as much as it seems. Well, what does it get me that... Yeah, it's tricky to see what that gets me that... Other opportunities don't. Yeah. It seems like there's an argument for the Faust, but there there isn't. I'm still waiting on. I would still have to wait on a favorable season. I don't know. We'll see. Turns out you can actually get quite a bit done with the resting. Oh, there is one sneaky thing I can do. So again, I'm abusing the way that uniqueness works in the game. So the lantern might be interesting in certain circumstances as far as getting getting text, but we would, in this case, we would need the Faust. Ah, and we would have got it with the hindsight anyway. So another fruit plucked from knowledge's tree. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So what I was going to do was I was going to get the regret that comes from the text. I was going to populate this consider first. Oh, actually, you know what? That probably would have lost me the regrets now that I think of it. Anyways, no harm, no foul. So, I think we need to see what the weather brings tomorrow. There are two arguments for elements of the soul. One is to get shapped, and that's so I can get Reverend Timothy up to 3 knock and open up the first true threshold. The other argument is for me to get Faust so that I can read the higher level Wainscot histories if I get a revelation. Now I can't make revelations kind of spring up from nowhere, but you know, between a sunny day and a revelation, you know, we have a few opportunities. So, still not sure what the trust active means. Okay, daybreak, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. I think I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait to see what the day brings. Another sunny day. Okay, so let's take a look to see what sights and sensations can get me. So that'll get me another whist, or that will get me a heart or health. Anburian Lapidary will get me a Faust or a Fet. So I think Faust is an argument for the Faust. Now both of these are things I already have, so I'm not quite ready to commit them yet. So, now we can read the Wainscot histories. I can master this mystery, enough lantern to match mystery lantern. Unless we wind up with some very impressive skill, I think the Rose of Woznai is outside of our ability. So the next thing we should be shooting for is something to get me shapped. I also don't think it would hurt to get each element of the soul, because I definitely learned, to my kind of my detriment, the last time I played this, that if you wind up on a path that doesn't, for whatever reason, leads you to be without an element of the soul, it actually makes things quite difficult. Wainscot History, subtitle Stories from Behind the Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged and countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. Gore does not mention the Mansus directly, but constant coy metaphorical references to ascending the staircase of years, to the doors of sleep, and to the blue light of dawn suggest he had commerce with the unseen world. So one thing that's interesting, I'm trying to remember if... I'm pretty sure the Wainscot History actually says who the author is in Cultist Simulator, but interestingly enough here... actually, I can find that out through the Frangiclave, so just give me a quick second here. Sorry, I'm having trouble finding it. Maybe the Cultist Simulator wiki has the description. Yeah, okay. Wainscot History, subtitle Stories Behind Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories, including battles not generally acknowledged in countries that appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner, whereas the description in Cultist Simulator seems to be subtitled Stories Behind Walls, a miscellany of non-traditional histories compiled by William Gore, including battles not generally acknowledged in countries which appear on no map, told in a playful, apparently fictional manner. So what's interesting here is, like, it clearly, if it's a copy and paste job, you don't lose the William Gore detail. So it seems to be a deliberate omission. Interesting. Anyways, not worth dwelling on too much. Although I do need to make better use of my time, so let's make some money. And I should be talking with someone for memories just in case. Mrs. Gill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. It was common in that time to speak of the division of the sun, by which the contemporaries understood the eruption of barbarian forces and their uncouth gods. Okay, so we got a contradiction from that, although I think we already knew that. And Auroral Contemplations, which we can add directly to my inventory. A new skill to know what will pass in what has passed. I think what will pass in what has passed. Okay. Contradiction gives us extra edge, which we will use to talk to Denzil. And I think I'll hire someone to open the smithy if I have to. No, it has to be an element of the soul. Okay, so let's take a minute to think about this. We can use core. Great. Denzil will talk about practical matters, though he prefers to sit in silence. 2 shillings will buy his help for a day. What do you need? So we're doing this, we're adding the memory contradiction to him to bring him up to 4 edge, and that will give us access to the walled garden. It did also occur to me that I can actually hire Mr. Kill and gain the tidal flats as well. So let's do that now. Speak with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. If you don't choose a topic, Mr. Kill will offer help as a friend. And let's see what Auroral Contemplation gives us. So we can commit it to the Sunset Road, or Illumination, and we get Faust, or we can commit it to Nyctodromy and gain Fet. I do seem to remember getting quite a bit. This is actually a very difficult one for me. Because I have been able to level up Auroral Contemplations quite high. I'm still not sure that that was the right choice, but Fet at least gives me some rows, so we can access another book doing that. Not that one. Oh, hang on, no, we need a memory for that. Right, we gained an intuition. There it is in Camino Tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. So let's bring Denzil up to a level 4 edge. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Crocos Sands, Tidal Flats. Brandkrug is a tidal island. At low tide, you could walk there, though you probably shouldn't. Crocross Sounds look out across the bay. Long, long ago, this was a forest. Oh, this is interesting. There used to be a spot here where you could release things into the sea. It seems like it's gone now. But we can go beachcombing still. I'll probably use my tryst for that. Actually, we have really powerful moon now. So with intuition, we are able to study another book. Letters from a Fugitive. Rose, Journey's End. I can master this mystery, enough Rose to match Mystery Rose. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So here we take the walled garden. Iron spikes march along the top of this wall. The gate is rusted shut, but what I can see through the bars is as ruinous as I might expect. Practic Garden. In the early days of St. Brendan's Abbeys, the brothers practiced the arts of war here, so it was in the baronial times that the garden became a favorite of the martial quarrelsome de Wolfs. So here we've got the Shining Pear, available in summer and autumn. We've got the garden dummy. Since the Napoleonic War, he has been punched, thumped, stabbed, and shot by amateurs, by professionals, and by tipsy guests after dinner. No wonder he looks so cross. It also gives us access to the Tangle of Thorns, so that's going to require 4 Grail or 4 Nectar. Now, oddly enough, normally it's pretty easy with, with Mrs. Kill, but we don't have Arab at the moment. So if we get a sensation or something, actually we can talk with Mrs. Kill. We should be able to get in there, but it's also not going to give us any books, so it's not a like until we learn the garden, it's not going to be that pressing of a goal, but something to keep in mind certainly. I may take a small break for... well, I'm almost at the end of my time, and it's somewhat late. I don't know how much longer I have, to be completely honest. Let's do our best, but because I do have a few other things that I need to get through, I may actually make this a proper length run. All right, salt strewn, salt snared stuff. Sand. An hourglass, of course, is sand contained by sand. I think we'll do a little bit of more beachcombing while we wait. I should find a place to store all of it, but I'll worry about that later. I wonder if we can just put it on the ground. No. So the Memory Solace is nice, but it doesn't quite get us anything. So what we're looking for at the moment is Satisfaction, or potentially something that gives us... So instead of reading that book, I technically could have used the FET with... I could have used the FET with... excuse me. I don't think I have that in my list. 1 second. So this doesn't directly help me, but this will actually allow me to level someone up to access this part of the house. So this is good. Okay, night has fallen. The dawn will come soon. Oh, and we could use Path and Pilgrim. A new skill, the Traveler is always returning. One who does not is no traveler. So, yeah. There's 2 things that we're going to do. So with... actually, we can do it with Mrs. Kill and Mr. Kill, so... And that is a 2 rose and a scale item. It's also a bird song. That gets me another core. I don't think I'm quite ready for that yet. Yeah, so the idea here is with the confounding parable, what I can do is I can use a combination of FET and a confounding parable on one of my followers to be able to get them into the first true threshold. This doesn't get me access to any books. The other thing is that by bringing in Mrs. Kill, if I can get a memory satisfaction, which I don't immediately have access to, but given enough time, we will eventually just get that through repetition. Oh yeah, there's another thing I could have done. I could have fed Reverend Timothy the tea. I don't quite see the necessity for that yet. So we know we're going to talk with Mrs. Kill. We know we're going to talk with Mr. Kill. So we'll get both of them. And I think I am going to go beachcombing again. It's a sunny day, so that doesn't immediately help me, but you never know. And I don't think our health is going to help us, so we'll use that for manual labor at the... Oh, actually, there's other things I can be doing, such as getting that... not that one. Back again. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And I do want to restore skills. If nothing else, it gives me the ability to earn some money again. So, or not skills, sorry, elements of the soul. So again, the Sunny's probably not going to do anything for me. I've got, well, we're close. So Faust is 2, Sunny is 2, Auroral Contemplation's 2. That brings us up to 6. The question is, am I willing to risk my Faust to be able to read the Rose of Woznai? And I just don't think I have enough things working in my favor to take that risk. Oh, there we go. There's the memory satisfaction we wanted. So now we're going to talk with Mr. Kill. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Okay, there's the confounding parable we wanted. So we're going to give that to Mr. Kill when the time comes. Okay, memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. So, flower garden now overrun with thorned weeds and briar rose. So here we have the scent garden. This too dates from the time of the Abbey, but in summer, neither sisters nor brothers were permitted to spend more than a single hour here, lest the temptation of savors overwhelm them. So we've got Skin-Shuck Mead, which, again, I'm probably not going to wind up drinking just because I feel like we need to use that for something particularly powerful. Now, given that we have core, this particular part, like the Ruinous Hall, should not be as difficult to gain access to. So we have, with Mrs. Kill, we can bring her up to 3 just by talking with her, and then we need a Memory Solace, which we actually already have, to bring her up to 5. So we won't do that today because we're more or less spent, but it's good to know that we have that option. In fact, there's an outside chance I may actually be able to do it, so let's give it a shot. So Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. Whispering Sand. My sister and I have an unspoken understanding. So, exalt with a memory. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. In the meantime, let's pick up the core. So we're going to use that to enhance Mrs. Kill when the time comes. And I do still need to get a solace. So we're going to do our best. We'll try and get the Faust back in time. No guarantees, but we also don't pay anything to get access to the midwife's assistance. So we should be good to go. I think here's the deal. Maybe try going for another hour. It does mean I'm going to take a tea break. But I do really like this game. And an hour is not going to kill me. Anything later I think is going to be a problem. But if I can, I'll try and broadcast this over the weekend. But no promises. Okay, the first true threshold. I have reached the threshold of the house proper. The librarians of the Curia were scholars of note. Some were potent adepts. From here I should proceed carefully, observing the proper forms, making the appropriate offerings. The villagers and other locals know of the ways of the earth and sea hereabouts. Their assistance will be invaluable. So, the beginning of the house proper. The Curia used to issue gloves and slippers of soft leather to protect the books and premises. Visitors were often asked to remove their shoes. Pause a moment and listen to the histories. So this is new. Lignum vitae blank, the hardest of all woods. So that's 3 edge, 3 nectar, 3 scale. And it is a material, wood, and fuel. I'm pretty sure I don't want to throw this in the fireplace, though. Okay, so the Grand Descent will require 4 heart. That's pretty straightforward for us to get. Actually, the 4 winter is straightforward for us to get as well. The Weed Choke Garden's also a piece of cake, so I think tomorrow what we're going to do is we'll get Mrs. Kill to move up. We'll get Mr. Kill to take care of the ground floor. So again, probably not spending a lot of time on books, but getting more of the house is certainly a decent consolation prize. Okay, my assistant and I are both a little merrier. Mrs. Kill has seen more of the world than she usually lets on. Conversations with her yield the occasional surprise. So 17 seconds. We should be good for getting the Solace. That's Traveling at Night Volume 2 we need. Sorry, Solace. I've already mastered this, but I could reread it and perhaps recall a memory. And talking with Mrs. Kill for the extra memories, that's just kind of icing on the cake. Although we do need a minute, so it's possible that we may not get the Solace in time. It'll be a shame if that is the case, but it's definitely worth a shot because that just frees her up for... Actually, you know what? It's not even a question of freeing her up because we can already use her to access the Weed Choke Garden. So whatever happens, we're in good shape. I probably could have even tried to recover another one of my elements of the soul. not worth fussing about right now, but maybe something for me to keep in mind for future. Alright, something to consider. Gossip, so what we're going to do here, I'm going to add the Solace. So the logic behind unlocking the Ruinos Hall first is it's more difficult, so I want where I can to sort of lock that stuff in. It doesn't take a whole lot. It's basically just hire Mrs. Kill and use a core on her to make that happen, so that's pretty straightforward. The funny thing is, if I had gotten a Whist, I could have actually brought in Mr. Kill and used this Regret. So I think I should get used to kind of lazing around bed a bit more. All right, this place was bright and busy. Sorry, this place was bright and busy once. It can be again, but it'll be grueling work to make it so. Not suitable work for a librarian. All right. So let's take a quick look at what we've got here. Servants' Hall. Hendrik de Wolf, 1st Baron Brandkrug, was granted Hush House after the dissolution of St. Brendan's by old Copper-Nose King Henry VIII. In an act of unusual generosity for that tight-fisted king, the grant came with the title of Baron and rights sicunt regale, like a king, the quasi-independence traditionally accorded to Marcher lords. Hendrik was clearly determined to live as befitted his new rank, and he expanded the house accordingly to support sufficient staff. So there's a number of things that we get here. There's the loom. This, I think, is our first proper workspace. So desks can be considered workspaces as well. Well, I suppose there's also the fireplace, but like in terms of like something that's not a desk that operates like a desk, the loom is the first one that we have access to. Excuse me. And there the golden threads they wove, and in the moon's house fast they tied them. From the Lay of Helgi Hundingsbane. An inscribed clock, a gift from Sir David Green to a favored retainer. So another widow's candle, misshapen fruit, salvaged windfalls, lumpy but tasty. Warmly colored yarns, call it practice for fates. We have a piano. A gift from Kitty Mazarine, who would sometimes pop by for an evening to sing, but her successor, Solomon, was never one for music, disliked the way its notes would drift up the stairs to the reading room, and forbade the staff to play their piano before sunset. Midnight Mark, a blemish left on a page or a skin by a careful incision or a judicious sting to preserve a little of the power of night. So I'm still trying to get a read on what marks do. Moth Orchid Scented Candle, so a knock and moth combination. We have a pigeon statuette, a beautifully enameled little image. The maker's mark is AW. We've got a couple of items we can open, or possibly just one, but I believe both should be opened in the full version, at least from my understanding of how cash works. The Ruined Kitchen, now that's going to need 6 Sky and 6 Forge, so there is a possibility that we can bring in Denzel for that. So we would need Denzel. Nope, because we don't have metal. So because we don't have metal, we're not able to bring him up to 6. With Mr. Kill, if we had a sunny day, we could bring him up to 3. With Frost, we could bring him up to 4. And with, the Tool, we could bring him up to 5, but we're still short. We're still short on the 1, so it would need a material or a drink. Anyways, I feel like we have better options here. At the very least, if we get metal, we should be good. So I think our focus should be on the Grand Descent and the Weed Choke Garden, and we'll see what opportunities come up. So what I'll do is I'll let the day finish off, and then I'm gonna get some tea for myself. Okay, memories fade, assistance departs, but the soul is refreshed. So, I'm gonna take a small break. I am gonna run ads because I want to pay the rent. No, we again, it's been a bit more of a quiet night, but I do like the idea if people stop by. You know, it'd be nice to give them a chance not to have pre-rolls. So, I shouldn't be too long. I'm gonna need to boil the kettle, but if you've been here since the start and you haven't gotten up and taken a stretch, maybe now's a good time to do that. But it shouldn't be too long, and we'll I don't know. I'll try and do not an hour from now, but you know, another 30, 45 minutes or so, and we'll see how much I can get done in the session. So see you in a little bit. How do you do? Alright, I lost a couple of you for the break. That's totally expectable. Or, yeah, totally expected. I'm just never gonna forgive you. Alright. We're gonna get Mrs. Kill and Mr. Kill. We're also gonna go to the Sweet Bones to make some money. Still trying to think about what I can do with Trust Active. So we just need the core for the... Yeah, it's just the core for the... Oh, you know what? I should have got Mr. Kill first. Well, it's too late now, so... Yeah. I do actually... I need to be a little more careful when saying things. Like, obviously, I tend to have a dry... Well, try to have a dry delivery. Like, sometimes I just giggle like an idiot. I don't know. I feel for the most part like I give a fairly dry delivery, and it shouldn't be a... I don't know. Like, it shouldn't be a massive surprise, let's say, like to find out that I may not mean this thing that I say. But I could probably stand to be a little more careful, because I do remember... I actually don't remember who it was, so if you are that person, and I mean this in a good sense, it taught me something. But there was a case... I've kind of got this running joke about Stardew Valley, where I constantly say that I'm going to do Stardew Valley, and inevitably something quote-unquote interrupts and gets in the way. And after doing that a couple of times, I said, like, okay, I'm gonna play Stardew Valley, and I actually started like committing to some of the game. I started to playing a bit of it, getting to the opening screenshot. You know, there's like, if you haven't played Stardew Valley, like there's this opening with your like grandfather on his deathbed, you know, telling you if you ever feel really desperate, you know, and things are just the world's overwhelming, you know, open this letter. Don't open it until things are really, really desperate, and this will help you. So then it shows you at your job at Joja, which is, I think, pretty clearly intended to be Amazon. And, you know, little anime bead of sweat kind of pops up, and your character sort of shakes, and you open the drawer, and I'm trying to remember if I opened it or if I... Oh yeah, no, I think like the fact that I couldn't do anything but open it. And I was like, what is this nonsense? Like, why do I... Obviously, I properly, like, played it up, but I'm like, you know, I worked really hard to get this job at Joja, right? I was top of my class. I went to Stanford. I, you know, did all the tests. I read, you know, cracking the coding interview. I remembered all my data structures and algorithms. It's really hard to get this job, and I get paid well. And I'm working for a very large and successful company, and, you know, it's important work. Somebody's got to do it. I resent this game implying that my life choices are somehow bad ones, and that I'm dissatisfied, and that somehow going onto a farm is going to solve it. And that I want to, you know, maybe I happen to like working in a tech job. It's the reason I dedicated several years of my life to study this. And what business does this game have telling me what values I should be? I'm going to go play something that gives me some real choice, and then open up the Stanley Parable. Now, the joke, of course, is that the Stanley Parable is entirely about the fact that you don't have any choice, and that the narrator's putting you on rails and you're trying to get around it. But it turns out that somebody watched that bit, did not watch me open the Stanley Parable, And they were quite upset. They felt I was being very unfair to Stardew Valley, and they didn't watch the stream for a few months, possibly even a year. And then they came back and they said, it's like, yeah, I'm sorry I've been away for a while, but like, I really like Stardew Valley, and I really felt that you were very unfair to the game. And, I just needed some time away. And I felt so bad because obviously, like, it's a joke. It's kind of a mean joke because, like, obviously if you're excited for a game and somebody announces that you're going to play it, like, like, I can sort of see how people might get a bit upset by that. I'm hoping the elaborateness of the joke, like, kind of pays off for it. But, like, I can kind of get that. But, like, the thing that I felt bad about it was the joke part of it was, of course, how unreasonably upset I was getting at Stardew Valley over a very, like, over a very silly thing. Like, the payoff was definitely going to be... The payoff was definitely going to be, in the fact that I was, I was playing something that had the same quote unquote problem. But yeah, like, obviously I couldn't have anticipated that reaction, but I felt bad about it. So anyways, that's my lesson for, like, it is actually not a bad idea to let people know, even if, like, with the dry delivery, it is actually sometimes good to let people know you're not serious. While I'm on this topic, this has nothing to do with Book of Hours, but I am going to take a second here and just share one of the other Stardew Valley interruptions. Welcome to Living Off the Land. We're back again with another tip for y'all. Now listen up. This one's for all you greenhorns out there. Chop wood and search for wild forage to earn some cash while waiting for your first harvest. Everybody's telling me to do work. So there's a little bit more at the end of that, but basically, that was a Stardew Valley introduction to what wound up being a playthrough of Full Throttle. So needless to say, when I announce that I'm playing Stardew Valley, I'm totally gonna play it for real next time. Alright, from what I can make out for the Garden Beyond, it must have been very peaceful, but now it's neglected and overgrown. And yes, so for those of you coming in later, if I said I'll never forgive you for leaving during the break, I will forgive you. I'm not serious. Please do not think I am threatening my audience. Okay, comfortable garden chair. The shadows shift, the bars of the sun follow, the bees buzz. Restful garden chair. Sit here and listen to the trees grow or the leaves fall. Preferences differ. Cat's claw in spring, trumpeter's lily in summer. Rarer plants might flourish in Numa. And the Physic Garden. The nuns of the Knot planted this garden of healing herbs. Healing herbs in the dawn period. Natan of Regensburg and Gideon de Wolf, the both expanded it, and the Curie of the Isle tended it. Even the branch and the bureau made use of it in the grim days that Brancrusk served as a prison. I feel like there's something missing. So there's definitely a missing parentheses. Let me see if I can make sense of that again. The nuns of the Knot planted this garden of healing herbs in the dawn period. Natan of Regensburg and Gideon de Wolf, open parentheses, the both expanded it. The Curia of the Isle tended it. So probably that would be where the quote ends and the parenthetical ends. But we don't know what Natan of Regensburg and Gideon... Well, sorry, I'm gonna make a note here. You'll hold me to that? Okay, now I'm hoping you're not you're not here for the next Stardew Valley quote-unquote stream. Okay, so we will be able to get the first floor of the Grand Descent. Oh my god, I forgot to build up my... Am I a complete idiot? I forgot to bring back the whist for Mr. Kill. That's fine, we'll get it back in time, but... Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone knows their letters. But men don't tell no bloody tales. Who'd listen? Yeah, so heart's pretty straightforward for all of these. I think I'm probably going to prioritize the infirmary. More sand. Okay. Happy enough to get the core back, but we have other priorities. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So let's take a flyer and get Mrs. Kill in right away. I think where we're at now, let's use the FET to get the Solace from Traveling at Night Volume 2. Oops, sorry, I should have read the text. Okay, so again, the whist is going to be so that I can boost Mr. Kill for for one of the parts of the Grand Descent. The heart's going to be so that I can boost... Oh, hang on, it's 4 hearts, so I am going to need that memory after all. I don't know why I thought differently, but I'm glad I caught that. So, once we get the whist back, we're going to try another core, given that we are going to be getting the whatchamacallit, the Solace from Traveling at Night. Can the rose help me? It can, or could have. I suppose it still can. No. It's going to take too long to restore the FET. But we'll make things work. Well, I guess it works as well as the... One or the other would have worked out, actually. But either way, let's use the whist with Mr. Kill. So yeah, Gossip and Intuition could be combined. We won't combine it with Mrs. Kill. or sorry, Gossip and Intuition, those are two memories, so I can't combine two memories with Mrs. Kill. But basically, I could have used the Fete and the Gossip or the Intuition and Mrs. Kill to give her the rose that would be required to go to the next floor. So the real question here is whether or not we can get the core in time. Okay, so we're going to talk with her about Solace. And we're going to get Mr. Kill. Let me just double check. So all of those are going to take Winter. We might as well start at the first level. The stairs here are clear, but the air here is thick with old magics. I should move carefully, and I should not go alone. Still no sign of any fire. The staircase that served as the spine of the house, Baron Walter's great project, executed by the master mason, Gregory Wheellock. So we've got little niches for all of the different librarians and barons and such. Ambrose's favorite chair, Ambrose Westcott, was a capacious gentleman, and he ensured the springs in this fortress were calibrated to bear any conceivable weight. 200 years on, the springs still do their duty. Paradise Palm. Once these grew only on one tiny island on the other side of the world. That's Empire for you. And Philemon, or possibly Philemon, Ambrose Westcott liked to name his hunting trophies after former rivals whom, he said, his trophies resembled. Dr. Serena Blackwood. No one is in this picture, only an empty garden. Okay, so we know the first Baron Brandkrug was Heinrich de Wolf. Now, or Hendrik de Wolf. One of the things that I find so interesting about this game, there are tons of mysteries in the Secret Histories. We obviously spent quite a bit of time talking about the chancel, so I don't know if the concept of the chancel is I don't know if the concept of the chancel is new to the Secret Histories setting. I don't think I am misinterpreting it. Like, obviously this setting has a lot of double meanings. So the hours, capital letters, are different from the hours, I'll be there in an hour. Or maybe they're not, but at least the distinction, like, so far as I can tell, it is useful to distinguish between divisions of time and the godlike entities of the Secret Histories. And there's this indication here that the chancel consist of 3 hours that determine hourhood, and that one of them are the gods from light, or at least ones that were related to the sun and splendor, because it says that they reluctantly worship the wolf divided, the wound of the divided sun. Although I'd find it hard to believe that the wolf divided is would be one of the 3. And obviously we spent a bunch of time. I think I probably sort of narrowed it down to it being either the Sun in Rags or the Madrigard. Sorry, Madrigad. I keep saying Madrigad. It's Madrigad, I'm pretty sure. And again, I mean, I could be totally wrong on it. But again, I think it's the first I've heard of the chancel, and we're finding out about it in the chancel. So again, the chancel could be a specific group of hours, or I could be misinterpreting the room and thinking that, I mean, again, there's clearly a group of 3 being referred to, but whether or not they're called the chancel is another question. But I'm trying not to doubt myself too much on these things. Obviously, in the face of evidence to the contrary, I'm willing to revise, but I don't want to completely abandon any any points of interest. I was kind of hoping to work with Thackeray's Herbery, but I just don't see any way to get the four nectar that I need. Actually, that's not entirely true. It's a little late for it now, but how much you want to bet I could have used the Ugal ink? God, it might be worth it. Does that desk take heart? It takes Grail. it kind of pains me to give up Mrs. Kill like this, but I think being able to read this book is more important. We're not going to have that rain for the whole day. It'll also tell us something rather important about whether or not the ink gets consumed. Nectar, full flower. I can master this mystery. Enough nectar to match mystery nectar. Do I have a lantern ink? No. Night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So yeah, not enough for the heart. I could give her the bread, but it's honestly not. It's not that important that I get her to the level 4 heart. We'll have other opportunities. Oh yes, I forgot to open the packages too, so quite a bit for me to get through in the future. Okay, so I'm going to need to get that core back. I'm going to start with Mr. Kill, though. We'll also make some money with our health. There's not much work on offer in Brandkrug, but I can find 6 pence worth of odd jobs. I might as well go beachcombing. I know there's other things I can be doing with Trist, but I don't mind the trip. And I will use the Fet with traveling at night. Or sorry, Fost with the traveling. No, I'm not. I'm going to wait to see what the weather brings. A cloudy day, so probably would have been helpful with my gathering. Or no, because I can't put a memory into the gathering. I don't think that affects the books I want to read. Yeah, so we'll just say that's a wash, and we'll pick up the memory solace. Alright, Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. Oops. Mrs. Kill mood always improves when I drop by. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. So we're going to talk with Mr. Kill right away. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. And we are going to get the whist back right away because we want to be able to improve him to unlock a room. So our targets today, 5 rows is beyond me. But if we hire Reverend Timothy, we can probably get the lantern to where it needs to go. The 4 winter Forewinter will get us higher up on the Grand Descent. So I'm just trying to think if there's a way that I can get... Is there a way I can get Reverend Timothy and the revelation that I need? Wainscot Histories, I believe, gives us a fear. Yeah, we don't have anything that'll give us a lantern for sure, so I need to hold off for now. Now, this memory hindsight is helpful. All right, Nectar Full Flower. I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. So the Grail doesn't do much for me. Although Fekri's Herbery we should already have. Yeah. I haven't quite worked out a system for the books that I've read yet. Okay, so we're going to try to refresh that core as soon as we can. The Confounding Memory doesn't have No, it does. Okay. So the Confounding Parable is another one that I want to pick up, and I can get that from Letters from a Fugitive. But before we go any further, I want to learn Herbs and Infusions. I think I can just get that. No. Not on the desks that I currently have. Okay, we'll wait on the... We'll wait on the consider verb then. The other thing I haven't been doing, I can consider various pieces of furniture. It's just that, like, I only have so many elements of the soul, so I don't want to, like, use them to explore. Like, a lot of them just give me sight, and sight's nice, you know, it's a memory. It's like one lantern, you know, in a pinch. Sometimes that's all you need. But, I kind of have other priorities right now, so. Okay. So consider a new skill. Pluck it, powder it, mix it, warm it, drink it. But not that one. So I have a feeling that Herbs and Infusions is just going to get me... it's probably just going to get me the either a core or a... Or no, it won't get me a core. It'll get me a health or... Well, why guess, right? Health or Arab. Kind of hard to pass up an Arab in this case. I'm obviously being a little more loose with... so again, Herbs and Infusions was one that I was reluctant... I would have been reluctant under normal circumstances to give up. But in this case... I sort of justify it because, again, I know how difficult it is to make things work. Contraband Flotsam. Salt-stained and wave-racked. In fact, I can use that to... Let me think this through. Okay, so I can use the Hindsight to bring Mr. Kill up to 4, and then I can use the Whist to bring him back right away. So I guess that primes him. That doesn't matter. I still think using the hindsight makes sense, though. Yeah, I thought I had something, but the fact that we need the 5 rows, unless I've got a tool that I forgot about. So the astrolabe's only for sky. Oh, wait, the piano is moth, not moon. It's the harp that's moon. Okay. Yeah, I'm like on the I'm on the verge of like a couple of useful things. Okay, but we're going to continue with the original plan. So we're going to recover some of the core. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. So we're going to talk with Mr. Kill about the hindsight to get him up to level 4. If it seems like we're going to be getting to the end of the day with nothing to do, I can at least use the whist at the Sweet Bones, but it will be a shame if I use it just for that. I feel like there are other opportunities I have. So first thing I'm going to do is open up the Grand Ascent. I'd like to get the Infirmary sooner, but I just don't have the health for it. Okay. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made a difference for the day. So the windows are tightly closed, the carpet's surprisingly clean, but my skin prickles at the watchful presence in the stairwell. We will need to placate it before we go higher. By long tradition, each Baron Brandkrug had their image set in a niche in the Grand Ascent. Later, the Curia of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. So, I think I got this wrong. I think Valentine... I think I put Valentine in the wrong place last time. No, it says 6 Baron Brandkrug. Wasn't Valentine Ava's father, though? Valentine de Wolf, 6 Baron Brandkrug, known for his eccentricities. In the sky he sought his friends, an inscription reads. Sorry, just taking a second so you know about Thomas de Wolf, Ava de Wolf. Yeah, so notorious Ava de Wolf, first and last Baroness Brandkrug, which in this case seems to say here 5th. So Thomas would go here. Very Reverend Solomon Husher became 3rd librarian. So we've got one for... Oh, there it is. So put him in place. The Long Tower was usually called the Long Tower and Winter Tower until Julius Cosley, Magus Epistler reputed, long dwelt here briefly in the 17th century. Solomon Husher was known to sleep in the room. Evidently, they didn't mind the cold. So I suppose it doesn't explicitly well, I guess Julian Cosley wasn't a librarian, though, so... Gideon DeWolf. Yeah, nothing to really push us one way or the other on where to put the busts. So the smoking room, that is, again, another lantern job here. So we're probably going to have to make friends with Reverend Timothy. Getting to the second floor of the Grand Ascent with Mrs. Kill is going to be very straightforward. It's actually possibly something we may even be able to do with Mr. Kill today, depending on how our memories turn out. Okay, actually, let's think about that. So, I can get a... Can I get a regret? Yes, from Lady Ava's Repose. So if I apply my... that... No, I can't, because where do I get the wisp back from? So that was wasted. Oh well. I can still bring him in, just... Oh, but I can bring Mrs. Kill back. Oh, but not now. Yeah, I've already queued her up for the heart. Okay. I have a feeling I just kind of wasted some... I have a feeling I wasted some of my resources. But I definitely want the ability to bring Mrs. Kill back in. Okay, Solace is nice. Yeah, actually, I was particularly boneheaded on the Mr. Kill thing because it's so easy for me to use Mrs. Kill. Okay, so I've got the core that I'm going to use. I guess the question now is, what else do I want to use? Oh no, I still need to get Mrs. Kill. Ugh. No, hang on. We're fine. We're fine. I don't even have a good reason for using the Faust here. I just am. Although the smart thing would have been to use it with Mr. Kill, then try to get it back. Okay. So it's got to be the core. Core brings her Heart 5. We commit her to the infirmary. We bring her back. We give her satisfaction, which allows her to get the next level of the ascent. very tangled way of putting it together, but I got it now. I should also remember that with herbs and infusions, I can start using my health to do gardening, and that it will be a good idea to do so. Okay, so. Careless visitors have tracked in mud through the door, and the windows have been open to the elements for years. Infirmary. In the 15th century, Natan of Regensburg came to Brandkrug. The brothers of St. Brendan's granted sanctuary, but they would not permit a Jew and his family to live on abbey grounds. Still, they built this tower for him to dwell in and practice his healing arts. It has changed greatly since that time, but a place of healing it remains. So, things have definitely changed here. A refuge for all the world might consider impure. We have the witch and sister. The witch and sister unites what is at rest. She is sought at the water's edge beneath the moon. She cannot be separated. She cannot be touched. She is coral, amber, pearl. The Thunderskin. He cannot be stilled. He demands the dance. He is beaten like a drum. He is heard in the wood below the world. The Velvet. The glory is a question, and the moth always answers yes. The Velvet's answer is no, and that is always her answer. And the Sister in Witch. The Sister in Witch brings together what cannot be apart. She is sought beneath the moon and at the water's edge. She is pearl, amber, coral. She cannot be touched. She cannot be separated. Musgrave Dwarf. This bust is carved from wood. Jerry? Interestingly enough, it does not say what material Hendrik's bust is. It's actually a few of them that art describes that way. Mist-kissed water. The faintest of vapors still ghosts the water's surface. All right, this is a very different water from before, and it looks like there's a different... Yeah, it looks like there's different beverages here. So we've got TRN Limited Drinking Cocoa, Grail Heart. Do we still have that in the... No, right, they gave us glass instead. We still have the serpent milk. Vase of lilies. Now this is actually worth mentioning. So it does feel like on occasion it's quite difficult to get a certain item. And again, it's totally easy to see why, right? Like you... I'm actually trying to work out the geometry for this, because it would be like I can touch it here, but I also seem to be able to touch it here. But yeah, I was just going to say, like, maybe it's maybe a triangle like so. No, it's a big box. In any case, as you can see, it's a little difficult to grab the Ruby-Wise Ruin, so I'll make a quick note. Arsenic, a poison sometimes known as the Message of the Swan. Sacrament Malachite. Sleep too soon after drinking this, and there's a real chance you'll put down tiny roots. Amethyst Ampule. I like the little knock symbol on it. Were it released from the glass, it would require another color. Skinchuck Mead. In the infirmary? Moss gift to the devotees of the old form, so they could shed their skins and don the skins of beasts. Wicker chair. A creaking cane back generates the occasional spiteful splinter. Pale stool. Bleached beech. Watchful potted plant. Not everything needs eyes. Okay, so the neglected room, that's a 5 Grail, 5 Heart affair, or the gloomy room, 5 Edge, 5 Heart. So I think probably Mrs. Kill is going to be the star for the next little while. So we are going to use Arab to bring her in. I cannot see a reason why we would... I cannot see a reason why we would bring in Mr. Kill at this point. Well, 5 Winter. Yeah, we're going to have to do that early in the day. So let's get some money, because we are going to have to hire some people soon. I could offer help with correspondence and arithmetic. There's no school in Brandkrug, and not everyone here knows their letters. Okay. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. So we're going to talk with her about satisfaction. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. 30 seconds. And we can use that to access the second floor of the Grand Descent. So I'm gonna need to put a little more thought into how tomorrow goes in terms of navigating, but we're definitely gonna get access to some more books. We don't know where the phonograph is yet. So, Grand Descent, second floor. It is unexpectedly difficult to raise my foot to the last step before the landing. Leaf shadows drift across my sight, and the windows hiss and rattle. I've heard that Gervinius von Loren, last librarian before me, was skilled at the forbidding of ways. Grand Descent, second floor. By long tradition, each Baron Brandkrug had their image set in a niche in the Grand Descent. Later, the Curie of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. I don't think we have... I know we've got Serena Blackwood, but I don't know where we put her yet. And there was also an indication of where Thyrza would go. I think that was a book that I got that from, actually. Okay, 5 Winter, yeah, 5 Winter is manageable, but again, I'm going to be dancing around a few different things here. 5 Moon. Let's maybe wait for the end of the day. I may regret this. Okay, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. I was just kind of banking on the fact that I wouldn't be able to improve anyone, so I'll make a little extra money while I'm at it. We'll see what the weather brings. I also keep forgetting I've got these parcels to open. I've also got another one sitting on the Bridge of Abandonment. Oh, I hadn't heard the owl. That's a nice touch. An afternoon spent profitably, reading newspapers to the curious, writing affectionate letters for the lonely, steering farmers through the requirements of the Ministry of Agriculture. Okay. I can't put it off any longer. Let's think about how we're going to approach this. So, this is one of the most difficult. 5 lantern is a possibility if I have a memory with 2 lantern. But I need to see how what the weather is. Yeah, so we got a couple of lantern places. Now Fett, I don't see how I can make Fett work. And I don't think any of the hires have rows either. No, the barber does. Oh wait, we're in summer. So it'd actually be not a bad idea to hire a barber. Okay, I got some ideas. So we're going to use Mrs. Kill. We are going to hire a barber. Assistance from a traveling barber. In summer, the barber comes to keep the villagers kempt. A shilling will buy his services. Barbers offer moth and a little rose. I'm going to go beachcombing. And I am going to use my health not to earn some money, but rather to get some sea holly. Okay, so let's think about what I'm trying to accomplish with Mrs. Kill and what I'm trying to accomplish with the barber. So with the barber, I'm combining Fett. With Mrs. Kill, I'm combining Core. Well, Core or Arab. So that leaves the Whist and the Fost. So the Whist is going to get me Solace. Fost is going to get me the Confounding Parable. So let's start on that now. Or whatever combination of the two. Okay, and I'm going to want to restore the core with rest. And we've got clouds. That doesn't really do anything for me, but it's nice to know we have the option. Alright, the itinerant barbers of the South Country will keep you clean and kempt, make sure you don't miss out on any news or gossip, and arrange matters so you aren't too troubled by vermin. Snip snip. Alright, so we're going to chat with him about Fett for starters. Perhaps we shared a dream. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. And we're going to rest with that core so we can restore it. A quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the sun. Clouds, and the clouds chase the sun. So moon-wise, the tricky part here. So with my tryst, I have 2 moth and 1 moon. So basically, I can get something up to 2 moon, but a memory is only going to A memory is only going to get me another 2, and so if I need 5 moon, that doesn't really cover what I need. Whereas here, like, I'm taking advantage of the base traits of the characters and memories, and so that's gonna give me a little more to work with. Okay, so I've got the core for Mrs. Kill. We might as well use that right away. I'm tempted to try and recover the health just so I can do some more gardening before autumn. We'll see. I'm on the fence at the moment. Okay, there's the confounding parable, which we'll use with the barber. And there's solace, which we'll use with Mrs. Kill. So we always prioritize the barber or anybody who costs money to hire. So there's the 5 rows. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. And actually, it's not that hard to hire. No, yes, it is. No, it won't be because we use core to get Miss Denzil. Or there's a number of things that I can use, but anyways, gather the spiny fluorescences of sea holly. Oops. I think, I think I'll just put these on the counter for now. Okay. Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. So let me just double check what we're going for here so we can unlock the dimly lit chamber or the abandoned bedroom. So this gets me more books. Yeah, there's really... Even though technically this is a little easier to get, I gotta go for this one. So Van Loren's old protections hang heavy in the air here, clouding the air with shadows. I'll need counter-influences to unwind them. So you got a little bit of everything in here. Reading room. Visitors were usually permitted this far into the house and no further. In the days when the librarians commanded the services of the fine takers, visitors were sometimes even left unsupervised. So here we've got Veiled Goddess Lapsang Suchong. So that's going to get me an extra 2 forge if it comes to it. A grand reading armchair, nestle grandly. Imposing reading armchair, nestle imposingly. A moon footstool, soft gold glimmer in the half-light. Reading lamp, moonstool. Now, it is a little early for me to be cataloging these books. It's quite likely that one of these is going to have a curse. So, I don't know, like... Oh, Dawn, Solar, Curia, Baronial, Nocturnal. Okay, cool. Yeah, tough call, to be honest. So we know tomorrow we're going to try and get the words. Tomorrow we're going to try and get the barber to unlock this room. Not this room. This room. I don't actually need metal to be able to improve Denzel to open this one. And these are the ones I'm working on with Mrs. Kill right now. And arguably this is the harder of the two, so we will start here. And I think we also get 2 books out of it. Okay, and then I'm going to have to decide... Okay, so... I can get Mrs. Kill back using the Arab and the core. I will need a element of the soul to be able to get a solace for sure. Or I can risk it and keep talking with her and hope that I get a solace. If I risk it, I can get another flower using health. And if I don't risk it, it'll still take me a minute. None of these are really great options. But I think... it makes more sense to... I think it makes more sense to go with something solid. Or maybe I can split the difference. So if I try considering... yeah, so I can actually use health for that no matter what. So yeah, we'll use health. Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink. While the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So the other question is, when do I commit Mrs. Kill, and when do I... A vase of rushes. A subtle ornament. Where do I put it? I guess it's vase. Vase? Vase? I don't know. Decree, good to see you. I saw, first of all, I believe that title might have been one that we had discussed prior. I feel like that was something that we we mentioned. So I had a laugh. But I was rather sad to see that I'm actually already half an hour past. No, we collaborated. But I was yeah, I was rather sad to see that you were going online right when I was, because I knew I was starting later than I normally do, and obviously it's fun to share. It's fun to share Book of Hours. I should mention that I am playing the Symergist Legacy, and where was it? In Kaer Adar, I heard the secret gods speak one to another. I thought that would be the end of my journey, but the more I heard, the more I knew I must be missing. I am the librarian of Hush House, and I will find what has been lost. So Kaer Adar has a name, another name, and that name is Treowyn. And if you do not immediately recognize Treowyn, this is a very direct reference to the Locksmith's Dream. So it is, in fact, even though Tricuspid runs the Locksmith's Dream, there is absolutely a connection to Book of Hours here, which I thought was pretty cool. But yeah, it's a new patch, so lots of lovely new art. So we've got, what are some of the new ones? Because I know we've got some in here. So an amethyst ampule. Oops. Cocoa looks a bit different. It's an egg and hawthorn blank. Obviously a few new things. But I hope you're doing well. Okay. So we can get Mrs. Kill to open up the gloomy room. The question is there a benefit to me? So what I need to figure out right now is there a benefit to me generating memories with her right now, or should I commit her and regenerate her right away? And I think memory generation for... Yeah, I'm going to do at least a little memory generation. I may wind up regretting this. Well, there's the solace, so the bet paid off. So this means we're going to bring in Mrs. Kill using Arab, we'll use Core, we'll use Memory, and we get another room. So, gloomy room. The window of this room is coated thickly with black paint. A little light seeps through, otherwise the room is dark. Very faintly, I can still smell rotting meat. So, examination room. Hendrik de Wolf evicted the family of the healer Natan of Barber's Tower, from the Barber's Tower, as it was then called. I have rooted out the Barber's brood, he is recorded to have unlikably gloated. But his great-great-grandson Gideon, okay, the Motley Barons, so... Let's see if we can work that out. So, son, grandson, great-grandson, great-great-grandson. For his brindled hair, restored the tower and made it a place of healing again. Of course, the equipment in this room dates from the current century, but Gideon's other nickname was the Cutter. It was rumored that he brought corpses for dissection, even that he was a vivisectionist. The latter was probably a slander, but one way or another, scholars have been cutting up corpses in here for a very long time. I'm just trying to think, like, is there another way that I can make sense of this? I don't think there's a way to represent brindled hair in... Well, this is Musgrave, Walter. Oh, do we not have Gideon? What was the point of me even checking? Yeah, okay. But I do need to get Mrs. Kill. So, assistance with Arab. I am going to use the health in the garden. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. So let's have a chat. Let's go memory first. What I'm going to do is I'm going to restore another core, and this is just on the chance that I'm able to hire Denzil really quickly. So I deserved a little quiet time. quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds chase the sun. So I can go for the sea holly again, or we can try moth orchids, I think fragrant chalice is more in line with what I can make with Grail. Everything goes easier with a song. Ooh. Serpentinite slab, the grey-green root rock of the Cornish coast. Knock and Scale. Who would have thought a snake name would be associated with Knock? I am shocked. Shocked! Oh, yeah, sorry, I don't think I read this the whole way. Oh no, scholars have been cutting up corpses for a very long time. Yeah, so we're good. Morgue boots, purchased the second time that the morgue was ever used. Bucket of seawater, flex foam the float on the surface. We've got a necropsy table, a hygienic place for a scrupulous examination of whatever might remain. Phosphorescent scrapings, rendered inert but still luminous. Essential Paroist, what happens when you boil and scrape us down to our utter fundamentals. Heart in a jar, an offering, or an exhibit. And that's it. Okay, yeah, so I think we can wait until evening. Let's see if we can generate some foresight to bring Denzil in. Maybe if I hear the birds, yeah. A little more reluctant hearing the birds, but if I get a foresight this time around, I'm going for it. If not, maybe we read in the Mallory and move up. But again, we've got so much that we can do, right? We've got 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 books that we catalog, not even read. So I think at this point it's fair to say we're making some money in the Sweet Bones. And gather the scented blossoms of the fragrant chalice. Yeah, so not going for Denzil was the right call. Alright, there it is in Camino Tizzer. Mrs. Kill, as every local gossip knows, came from France to marry Mr. Kill, but there's scant trace of the continent in her accent now. The room above might once have been some sort of lounge, but the furniture and equipment has been smashed and overturned. The walls are streaked with mildew. An unlovely smell wafts from further up. And here we have the Patient's Lounge. In this room, the accursed of the Great War gathered to recuperate those who had suffered something no more horrible, but somewhat more mysterious than the war's usual wounds to body and spirit. An eruption of worms, perhaps, or the risks of the military and of the Suppression Bureau activities. Among them were minor luminaries of the invisible world, Christopher Alopoli, Zachary Wakefield, Harvey Haddington, but not Brian Levinson, who had been the ninth librarian, and under whose tenure the infirmary had flourished. He enlisted. He served for a time as a medical officer on the Western Front. His body was never found. So here we've got some more of the Second Flush Assam. Lacquered bone chess set, Born of Battles, and its edge. Chess is edge. And another uncatalogued book. And a projector. Governor Collars had this installed in the 20s as a treat for prisoners allowed to recover in the infirmary, or so he said. Rumor had it that he was a secret Keaton fan and didn't want to motor all the way up to Exeter to see the latest feature. Can we read the... Oh, right, Path. Right, Path Brothers. Okay, 5 Heart is manageable. And again, we know we're going to get a lot of books out of this, so it's the most logical step. Alright, as I used to say in my youth, the day is done and so am I, but I've earned my pay. Okay, so let's yeah, we'll wait out the evening, and we may have to see what the where's it all going? Oh, here we go. An offer from Oriflammes. Oriflammes, established 1776, Scent Signs Sciences. Dear librarian, we would like to offer you this opportunity to purchase operations of a certain finality. This would be wonderful to get, but I don't have any Spintra. So as always, oh dear. It is autumn, which means we don't have the barber anymore. What a shame. So unfortunately, I was kind of banking on having the barber to be able to open this room. Okay, well, that does free up some elements of the soul. So we might as well use the Arab to get Mrs. Kill, Core to work. Let's get the Honey Scar Jasmine. I am still inclined to go beachcombing. Oops. What is the sea seeded today? Okay, so we want the Solace at the very least, so we'll use Fet to read Traveling at Night. And let's maybe wait to see what the weather is, and then we will make a decision in terms of whether or not we go for any of these other rooms. It's like, yeah, I can see situations where we would use... Actually, yeah, there's really nothing saying... like, we should be using Mr. Kill for this. So it seemed to me that we've got... We have 2 rooms at minimum we should be claiming. Ah. So the knock throws everything... does it actually? Okay, so 3 moon. I'm gonna need to get the Trist. Ah, Jesus. Yeah. No, we can make this work. Okay, so I'm gonna get the confounding memory from Letter from a Fugitive. It's gonna get a little weird, but okay, so we're getting the Solace. This gets Mrs. Kill. This upgrades Mrs. Kill. I need a Regret. And I'm pretty sure I can get that from Lady Ava's Repose, but let's just verify that. Yes. So unfortunately this means absolutely nothing's getting investigated. Wait, what the hell is wrong with me? If I use the fog, I can't use the confounding memory. Jesus. I make that mistake all the time. Alright, Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. So we're gonna restore that whist right away. Let's just double check what the Orchard Keeper gives. 2 nectar and 1 heart. I really wish I could do something with this fog. Yeah, I'm gonna need to read more books if it comes to that. I'll still try to restore my Trist. Like, got the 4 from the fog. We can probably get the 5. I'm a little reluctant to give up the Isle Water, given that the Mist-Kissed water is a little more potent. There's something like replenishable that I can... Nope. Well, we can boost the knock further, but again, the knock just gets me... It gets me what I can already get from Mr. Kill. Darn it. Oriflammes thanks you for your continued interest. Should have been talking with Mr. Kill to get some memories. That was a tremendous wasted opportunity. Okay, Confounding Parable again. That seemed like it would be helpful, but that was actually a trap. There's the regret, so at least we can use that with Mr. Kill. So I suppose the one thing I can do is start cataloging. Sure, and then just not have her have 5 health. That makes sense. Alright, sea-strewn, salt-snared stuff. More whispering sand. So I'm still gonna try the tryst, but honestly I don't see a way of making this work. Alright. So we'll talk with Mrs. Kale about core first, because otherwise I'm gonna use it for something and I will be full of regret. I deserved a little quiet time. So again, I don't think I'll have a use for it, but we'll take a shot with the tryst. There's the Honeyscar Jasmine, so I don't think I have any room to put it here. Trying to think where I can put the sand. Alright, my assistant and I are both a little merrier. So we'll talk with her about Solace. We'll talk with Mr. Kill about Whist next. We can at least unlock 2 rooms and maybe we'll figure out what the next step is after that. I feel like I kind of mismanaged the day though. Like, we'll unlock 2 rooms, so it's not the end of the world, but I do feel a little thrown off by the fact that I missed a chance to unlock the bedroom and that I wasted on the confounding parable. I think what I'm going to do here, I'm going to talk with Mr. Kill for the memories first. So, the Motley Tower, the first floor, the door jams half open, but the room above is a bright oasis after the dreary neglect of the lower tower. The previous occupant has probably left some sort of protections in place. I'll find somebody equally qualified to deal with them. So again, tons of books. The waiting room. Christopher Lopoli, poet, painter, archivist, ruiner of seances, stayed on for a while at Hush House after the Great War. The librarian, Serena Blackwood, arranged the rooms for Olopoli in the Motley Tower, ostensibly so that he could help with the collection, but perhaps also because she saw a potential ally against the governor of the Cucurbit. Relations between the Cucurbit and the house were badly strained at the time. Now, the Porphyrion appears quite a bit earlier. Now, again, we don't have the blank page. We don't have blank pages, so this doesn't seem to mean anything. But again, a very powerful ink. Fraser Strathcoin. To get to the second floor of the Motley Tower, we'll need 6 hearts. So essentially, we're waiting on a storm for that. Which is good, because that means that there's no point in recovering Mrs. Kill at that point. I just gotta think, where do I get my extra moth from? Pillis oat bread? Nope. Alright, frost crackles on the window panes as I ascend, and the light strikes at my eyes like knives, another of Van Loren's forbiddings. Grand Ascent, the third floor. By long tradition, each Baron Brandkrug had their image set in a niche in the Grand Ascent. Later, the Curie of the Isle continued the tradition for their librarians. So, I think the 13th librarian, I imagine, is my predecessor. There were a few details about some of the more recent happenings. It was like Van Loren was the... So Brian Levinson was the 9th librarian. Like, there's a side of me that thinks Serena Blackwood might be the 12th librarian, possibly. But not enough for me to not enough for me to commit the... Oh crap. Okay, so I can't get the knock I need because I don't have Shapt. Darn it all. What I should have done was kept... Excuse me. I should have kept Mr. Kill around so I could talk with him and generate memories. I think I'm just going to accept that I messed up. I'm going to recover the stats that I can, and I'm going to catalog some books. And we're going to be focusing on using Mr. Kill to open up some new territory until a storm comes. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's baronial period, roughly the 1500s to 1700s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. On what is contained by silver, so that's a 4 sky text. That might be in range for us. Dire Bestiary of the Horrors to be found in Mirrors. This is a recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander. So I'm going to add this to the... I'm reading it kind of block. Maybe what I can do here is I can start putting some of the sand on the shelf. It's not a natural place for the sand, but I don't have the forge open, so. Oh, well, that's that then. Maybe it would be happier here. Okay. We'll carry on. In this case, I'm really just waiting on another element of the soul so I can catalog more books. Probably grab these two. I'll grab the rogue ones and then we'll slowly work through the shelves. Again, because I have the possibility of opening rooms, I want to prioritize that first, but obviously I'm going to have more available to me reasonably soon. I mean, the other option is everything except health, so I don't exactly need to go. Yeah, you know what? As nice as Scavenge or Beachcombing is, maybe I want to catalog all the books first. The thing is, I'm probably going to get hit by a curse doing that, but you can't make an egg without breaking a few omelets. All right, I deserved a little quiet time. So yeah, maybe we'll do priorities are... Oh, actually, if there's sand in the... I thought sand may not be welcome in the Husher room. Give it some friends. An impertinent vitulation. Alright, so that's definitely one that we can read. So yeah, let's say books that we can read are priority number 1. Books to catalog are priority number 2. Yeah, reading books, cataloging books, and then the exceptions to that are opening rooms and gardening. But those are limited in terms of who I can use for that. Alright, so first things first, we get Mr. Kill, we go gardening. I was worried for a minute that maybe the misshapen fruit could have given me the moon that I needed. Although, you know what the really annoying part is? If I'd gotten Mr. Kill, I believe he accepts material, so I could have given him the Whispering Sand. Anyways, let's not dwell on that. So the impertinent vitulation is definitely one that I can study. So Grail Birth, I can master this mystery. on what is contained by silver, I think we only have 2. Yeah, so we would need something with 2 sky. Now, I believe we can get that from a confounding parable. So maybe we wait to see what the weather's like before we commit to that. Actually, I think for all of this, we'll wait to see what the weather's like, because we know we're already committing the whist to the bed. Yeah. Another foggy day. Okay. So let's reconsider my approach to the moon. So we get 3 from the memory, 1 from Trist. So that brings us up to 4. Whispering Sand brings us up to 5. So that's assuming that Mr. Kill accepts memories, accepts materials, but last time he did. So with that in mind, let's commit the Fete to Letters from a Fugitive. And I don't think I have any more desks available to me. No, that's not true. I'm going to use the core to get the regret, although we may not wind up using it. Which means the core and the Faust, as soon as they become available, will be used to catalog the remaining books. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. So first thing we want to do is see... Yes, he will accept a material, so we're going to talk to you about Fog first. We'll try to restore the whist to bring him back for a winter run. It's going to be a very narrow path on that, but I think it's worth taking a shot. Nope. Not using the pale desk for some reason. So I just want to make sure I'm actually getting the things that I need. So Lady Ape is Repose. Okay, cool. So let's catalog the other stray first. And again, we're almost certainly going to wind up cursed at some point, but you know, there's nothing I can do to stop it, really, so... Alright, next up, we're gonna chat with you about Trist. Secret sorrows may join our strengths. Now I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. This one's actually going to be a little harder for us to study. If I get a foresight, we're good. But anyways, Vincent's Minglings. It's now accounted for. The Pale Desk. I don't have anything I can use to study with it right now. Okay, there's the Founding Parable. Right, we wanted that to study this work with Sights and Sensations, so I can use my core with that. So the soul's labors, some books are to be tasted, others to be swallowed, and some few to be chewed and digested. Right, there's the core. I can master this mystery, enough sky to match mystery sky. going to be very sad if Mr. Kill talks about regret. Alright, what comes, neither of us knows yet, but we will. And additional supplies. I can offer my assistant materials, mundane or exotic. This will increase their aspects. They will keep any of the material that's left over. So that gets us access to the room here. So we actually need to rotate. We need to rotate the whisk pretty quickly. A bowl of sea-blessed pears. So I'm going to keep that in my inventory because it's got a pink pyramid. I'm tempted to just try and hire him because there's a 10-second delay, but that's just asking for trouble, so... Alright, let it clutter up their shelves. So, abandoned bedroom. A crooning whisper haunts this room. It must once have been luxurious, and will be once again if I have it restored, but I need help to lay the restless presence that drifts here. Severn Chamber. In the days of the DeWolfs, this chamber was reserved for the heir of the house, though it was originally furnished for Hafren, the woman of uncertain lineage, who became Baron Walter's mother and bequeathed her unusual pale eyes and hair to Walter and his descendants. So, another cup of tea, fringed lamp. Ashartine. Lies written in Ashartine tend to fade or be misspelt. It's legible in the dark and ink of revelation. Interestingly enough, no books. Chimeric larva. Approaching the Chrysalis crossroads. Cooperative. Hey, it's a beast. Thorkid scented candle. Abduction, salvation. Either interpretation is plausible. Bedside candle holder. Okay, so plenty of bookshelves, we just don't know what books to put in yet. 6 knock and 6 scale is going to be pretty tough. 6 winter is what we're working towards. And again, assuming we get a foresight. Nope, actually the only place we can realistically expect to make progress is anything with winter. So, Mr. Kill always enjoys a chance to catch up with me. So what we got to do here is we're recharging the Whist. That's going to be the last component in making Mr. Kill room ready. But we can at least talk with him about regret, and then we can talk with him about other memories which we may be able to apply to the lessons learned. Okay, memory satisfaction. I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. We've got Leaves and Thorns, which is another gardening with a gardening text. And let's put the Grail books in this room. This is going to take a while, so let's just read this at the Ava desk. A new skill, there's no scent without sorrow. And if this gets us access to a skill or an element of the soul that we don't currently have, I will consider applying it. Although it is a bird song, so I want to be kind of careful about that. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. So, this will get me a core as well. Yeah, it looks like core for everything. And given that it's Bossk, it's already accounted for. So, Auroral Contemplations is already committed. Sights and Sensations, because we have... Wait, have we put something in Hushery? That can't be right. Okay, Whist we've already got. Path and Pilgrim. Tryst. Arab. Yeah. Yeah, I need Chapped in Metal. Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. It's going to be pretty idle for the next little while we wait for the, you know, just some of the relevant items to become available. But the good news is, if we wind up in a situation where like we're out of rooms, it just means that we can reapply our elements of the soul towards cataloging books and presumably reading them as well, but cataloging first, because I want to be able to take advantage of memories as they emerge. Alright, we already know on what is contained by silver, so this gave us a pattern, which could be useful in certain situations. And the text, a dire bestiary of the horrors to be found in mirrors. This is a recent edition of a 3rd century text by Pomander. Pomander engages in a considerable pedantic discussion about the particular mirror alloys that attract particular danger from particular entities. This is less useful, of course, in an era where most mirrors are silvered glass. The virgins/maidens of the mirror favor orchids. The behindlings favor the rhododendron. Cut flowers of either nature should not be placed before polished bronze. Now, do I have a sky pile yet? Doesn't look like it. This will be my sky shelf for now. There is something of an argument to be made that what I should be doing is organizing them by the memory that they give. Like there's a whole bunch of different ways that you can organize a library, and I believe that is intentional. But for now, I'm just happy to try and put them by aspect. All right, a new skill. We are all vessels. Let us contain only what will grace us when the light shines through. There's a Blake. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom. So this I feels like this might get me a shaft. All right, I've already committed to Ithistry, so Whist. Darn. Okay, got the Whist for Mr. Kill. Now I gotta think carefully. Yeah, so we talked to him about the Whist. And I suppose the question is, what do we get after? I think I'm going to go for the core because I have more than one of it. It can make me money. I'm going to use it to catalog most likely, but the fact that it can make me money means I can send it to the Sweet Bones. The fact I have more than one of it means I don't lose anything if it gets cursed. It's probably the safest option, given the limited information I have right now. So, quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. Okay, well there's foresight, so that's an argument for us to hire Denzel, and we can do that with core. Wait a minute, but I need 6. The idea of hiring Denzel off of foresight alone is a very old idea, which is no longer relevant. So I would need to have either a forge tool, which I can get through the spanners, but we don't have spanners yet. And I don't have metal, so yeah, so it's irrelevant that I have foresight. Oh, but it's not irrelevant to Vinzant's Minglings, which is what I'm going to use the core for. So the question here is there an advantage to... Well, there's an advantage to talking to Mr. Kill about the Whist. I think what we're going to do is we're going to keep talking to him to the end of the day so that we can get a stack of memories, and then we'll commit him to... it's not this one. It's the Despoiled Laboratory, or Laboratory. Or the lab. Problem is whenever you hear a British accent, it's like the no clip of rhetoric. So every single word that you hear a North American speak just sounds worse. Okay. One more, well, probably 2 more chats with Mr. Kill. So I think the core is going to wind up tied up because I'm going to be reading Vinzant's musings through the night, but I don't think that's actually all that big of a hardship. We read books so that we can get the skills from them, so that's, yeah, I think I can live with the consequences there. If it rains, we'll probably get a gardener. Actually, we don't seem to have that many nectar. Yeah, if it rains, I'm screwed, because there's nothing I can do about it. Okay. No point in trying to restore. We will use the Ava desk to study. Oh. I don't think I have a forge. Unbelievable. I should have checked. I'm 1 short. Okay, maybe. This offers sky, so that doesn't help. I thought I was so clever. All right. Well, I mean, again, we're talking about risks, right? So I can, well, okay, why use the core to go to the Sweet Bones when I can catalog another book? I should stay consistent in terms of what I said I was going to do. So, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. Oops. Okay, it's recovered. Despoiled laboratory. Laboratory. This was an alchemist's workshop and a picture gallery, but the pictures have been flung down, the vessels overturned, and the solvents and reagents spilt. This will be time-consuming and dangerous to repair. Could be dangerous. You go first. We have got the Flood Gallery. Thurza Blake, 7th librarian of the house, extended this space, decorating it with semi-precious materials and filling it with the finest art Hush House's money could buy. Of course, after her enthusiasms brought the house to the brink of penury, much of it had to be sold off. Avel de Wolf, so we know where she goes. Stargall ink, an ink traditionally but only rarely made with meteoric iron, a minor ink of power. Armagnac de Armagnac can only come from Gascony, but if you believe Monsieur Corentin, his vineyard began with vine cuttings from Yves beyond the sea. We've got a Curia period book. We've got the Alchemist glassware, and this is a Forge and Grail alchemy table. Oh, new toys. And unfortunately, oh no, we're fine. Ambergis chunk. Never call it whale vomit. Solomon's preparation. You all know the joke. Solomon Husher would take this every night without fail before sleep to close his ears to the sound of the waves. But on the 9th of January 1838, a heavy snow fell on Hush House. When the other residents dug themselves out, Husher was nowhere to be found. He had left a resignation letter and an undrunk measure of his preparation. Quartz chunk. Ice rock. Winking light. Turpentine. An odorous eraser of errors. Serpent-styled glass. Carved snakes writhe down the frame. A prominent inscription reads, "To the librarian Gervinius, in earnest of our wager." Porphyrion. That's the second porphyrion we have, I believe. The Incastum Terminalia of the Second History, it's the glowing crimson mauve of the Secret Histories. Porphyrion was venerated in secret by a confraternity of corresponding Cluniacs and Benedictines. Incastum inks can be used to make determinations. If the hours listen, the world changes. Wolf's Knoll Ampule, level 4 liquid, iotic essence. Sacrament acite. Whoso drinketh may afterwards speak only in the voice of the owl, the cat, or the hawthorn, which might just mean it effectively numbs your tongue. Glassfinger Toxin, Sacrament Malachite, and Rubywise Ruin. So I feel like the sand can go here. Well, nah, we'll keep it because we want to put it in the forge eventually. I gotta go to bed soon. I'm already too late. Okay, let's take a look at the paintings. The First Birth, a single ripple disturbs the still surface of a well of blood. God's Return, a green shoot splits rock. Madame Matutine, an alluring young woman with deep blue eyes, hard and dark as sapphires. And Carrie's spiraled city, dimly visible through a vast rolling wave. I should read the description of Avid Wolf. This is the crystal called scolecite, the wormstone polished to chill smoothness. Ah! Alright, this is an 8 winter, so this is the point where I want to sort of level up, I want to level up Mr. Kill and then give him something, like some kind of drink that's worth 2 winter, or some equivalent. Now, if I recall correctly, it was kind of hard to... Okay, so we found a solution to this, and I actually don't remember how we made Mr. Kill, like, good at... good at being wintry. I knew we used to give him Solomon's Preparation, but that's obviously sometime later. Alright, something to think about later, because, like, honestly, I've got other stuff to deal with now, so, is there anything else I want to try and do today? I think not. Okay, the wound wounds, not homophones. That's Kilisimi text. It bugs me that I can't remember how I got the 8 winter last time. It's kind of like when I forgot that you can use elements of the soul to level up. Oh, I guess I gave him the flowers at one point. Anyway, let's focus on what we can collect in autumn. So I actually think there's only, yeah, honey, scar, jasmine in autumn. We can get pears in summer and autumn. Nothing from this garden. I'm curious what happens if you try, though. Interesting. So apparently I can get the sea holly. Let's try Trumpeter's Lily first, and then we'll try the sea holly. Okay, so like maybe there's an 8 and I just don't know it yet. I actually don't see... I don't see me using any of these. Sorry, that's not entirely true. If I had something to grant to Moth. I kinda don't, though. Okay, well that's not worth spending too much time thinking about. I am going to wait to see what the weather is, because that's going to have a bearing on what I... Okay, fog. So let's just double check. Is there a moon or is there a knock thing that I need to do? Sort of. So if I had a shaft, it's in the bag. I don't, though. So I suppose the follow-up question is, can I give Timothy... No, there should be a drink I can actually give Timothy. Yeah, the second flush is Sam. So how much do I want it? Well, it is... Yeah, you know what? You only YOLO once. Speak with Reverend Timothy. Reverend Timothy enjoys thoughtful conversation, prayer, and tea, and he'll offer his assistance in return for a 2-shilling donation to church funds. We do appreciate the contribution. So while we do that, we don't really have anything we need to give Reverend Timothy other than tea. Well, sorry, the fog and the tea. So I'm going to go catalog. This Faust is the most immediately available for restoration. That's really the only reason I'm doing that. Alright, Reverend Timothy, Rector of Brandkrug, ordained by the Church of the Unconquered Sun, a learned man, blessed in the Dali, and the gate and the light. Make use of the Rector's help before dawn. So we're going to start by talking with him about fog. I'm going to pour another cup of tea. Poured out. Alright, now I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. Prophecies of Glory is eminently readable. Seven Faces of Icarus. It's also one we can read. Kitling Ripe's Tasty Treats might have been difficult before, but that's also within our power. And Sunrise Awakenings, also a piece of cake. So this is in the unreadable pile, but it's because I have so many darn books that so is there something that's difficult for me to read? Not really. Like, they're all... Well, I guess technically the Sky one needs a little assistance. So let's start with Kitling Ripe's Tasty Treats. Oh, we can't because I'm currently using... Yeah, I'm currently using Leaves and Thorns, so that's not an option. Okay, Prophecies of Glory then? Or Sunrise, we'll start with Sunrise Awakenings. There we go. I can master this mystery, enough lantern to match mystery lantern. Okay, we'll have to use Consider in this case. Oh, but I've used up my lantern. So it seemed like I had so much available to me, but it's actually a very narrow path. Okay, I'd rather not wait, so I've already got the Faust coming back, so let's consider, or let's catalog another book. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. I can offer my assistants something to drink. This will increase their aspects. They'll also be glad of the refreshment. A Shape in Smokes. That's a pretty straightforward one for us to read. Again, I feel bad putting it in the not readable pile, but it's too crowded. Down to the Grushans. Okay, so we've got some time. So in this case, we're just going to chat with Reverend Timothy for a bit. Reverend Timothy is always, always happy to chat. 45 seconds. He's even chattier than before. Okay, here we go. In autumn, before the real chill comes, Trumpeter's lily still flourishes. So let's see if we can put that on the shelf here. We can't. Oh, we can't. Yeah, it seems like it can, but it stops short. All right. I deserved a little quiet time. So again, it doesn't really matter what we use, but I'm slightly inclined to use the core. We'll probably just be reading a text, but just on the odd chance that we wind up cursed, it's nice to use the thing that I have a duplicate of. Okay, I can master this mystery. I'm sure there's more pressing text that I could be reading, but I don't know, something nice about matching it to the element. And again, I've got a bunch of packages that I can still open, but I've been stingy on soul stuff, so... Okay, moral contemplations. Now I've already locked them into the... We've already locked them into the Tree of Wisdom. That was kind of the fear that I had. I think I even specifically said... normally I wouldn't do this because I suspect I'll be able to level it up, but hey, you know, we made a choice. I don't even think it's the wrong one. In the end, I figure we'll be able to do a bit more. There's only room for 3. Okay, so let's level this up because it gave us a revelation, so we should be able to... Yeah, there we go. There's always more to learn. Improve the skill from the skill to level 2. This will increase its aspects, which will help with crafting and make it suitable for higher branches in the Tree of Wisdoms if you haven't already committed it. But yeah, like I said, I do feel a bit of pressure to avoid committing things to the Tree of Wisdom, and I don't know if the opening has been tuned to make it a little more painful to wait. But in general, my preference is to not commit stuff to the Tree of Wisdom until absolutely necessary, precisely because of the fact that you don't know what lessons learned you're going to pick up. I mean, technically I could sit down and write every single one of the things that I find in terms of lessons learned and constantly consult a spreadsheet, and that just strikes me as the least interesting way of playing this game. So I'm not actually going to do that. But it's you know, that's a that is a way I could, you know, I could avoid the sort of the regrets. I just don't, like I said, I don't think that's a particularly interesting way of engaging with the game, so I'm avoiding it. I'm avoiding doing it that way. All right, so let's read. You know what? We can read A Shape in Smoke. Or can I? No, I can't because I don't have that forge memory anymore. Yeah. And Memory Solace only has one sky, so the 4 sky text is also off limits. Well, not entirely. Sights and Sensations is only 2, so yeah. So again, a little more narrow than we thought, but the Nectar one should be available now that we've got Leaves and Thorns. Nectar, full flower, I can master this mystery. I don't need to listen to everything Reverend Timothy says. He doesn't really even expect me to, but I'm often glad when I do. I got the same comments on my TA reviews. Or maybe my stream reviews. There used to be a part where you could like comment on like specific things that you liked in the stream. Anyways, I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. Okay, I don't think I have Prophecies of Glory in my spreadsheet yet, so I'm just going to take a second to add that. And we have Watchman's Paradoxes, so that's one that's easy to add to the pile. A new skill, that amber preserves and is preserved by light, that to hatch is not to die, that the sun... Okay, that amber preserves and is preserved by light, that to hatch is not to die, that the sun. There is a place behind the world called the Mansus. Deeds that would be impossible in the world are inevitable there. The Watchman, who knows all the ways of the Mansus, also knows how to make these deeds possible in the waking world. So that's an Illumination and Nyctodromy. I should probably do an audit of my skills again. So Watchman's Paradoxes will get me a Faust. I think the rest of them we've accounted for, so... List, yeah. Again, I'm not opposed to doubling up because we know we can enhance our skills. It's just something I want to be... It's something I want to be a little bit more thoughtful about. Every once in a while you want to try dumb stuff to see if it messes with the game. Now if I get... Yes, I will be able to use the sky text. No, yes, Anburian Lapidary. So with the Memory Storm, I'm going to be able to read the sky. I don't know, I feel like that's a decent little stack of decent little stack of books that we just read here. I can master this mystery, enough sky to match mystery sky. Now I am out of space for my lantern texts though, so we need to... Oh god, where do I even put them? Alright, the Shadowed Atrium. This has long been a holy place, but in the absence of prayers, other influences have crept in. I will need to help purify it step by step. Atrium. In 1651, Musgrave de Wolf endowed the atrium with a shrine to St. Januarius of the Gate. Musgrave was a pious man, but also a Puritan, so this grand shrine was a little unusual. St. Januarius is also an unusual choice, but he is the patron saint of boundaries, and the de Wolfs were often said, in some sense, to be marcher lords charged with keeping of boundaries. So, atrium chair reserved for latecomers, non-believers, and the pensive. So, it would be nice if I could somehow pin down some dates for, just taking a look at where the librarians are. It would have to be that, at some time before Ava de Wolf. But, I don't know, like, it'd be... Sorry, it's taking a minute to see. Wait a minute. Okay, so Great Comet in 1577. Thomas de Wolf, the second Baron. 1651. Well, that doesn't really tell us much, so he could be the third... Third, fourth, fifth? Oh, first librarian. Okay, so... Thomas... And, oh god, there was something about Gideon de Wolf, too. What did I forget about Gideon de Wolf? Okay, actually, hang on. So, Henrik, son... grandson, great-grandson, great-great-grandson. Okay, so it's these two. There's not... Yeah, I just don't have enough to... Or at least I can't see quite where I have enough to make a clear decision. I think I'm going to move the lantern stuff into the... Well, actually... Yeah, no, we'll move the lantern stuff to the bedroom. I had a Skytext running around. Right, I put the Skytext here. It feels a little more appropriate to have it in the... Alright, order has been restored. I mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. We've got satisfaction, savors, and spices. Right, we've definitely read Kittling Ripe's Tasty Treats, and we have Fekri's Herbery. So I don't know if there's a desk that'll take this. I don't think I have access to a forge desk yet, so we'll have to wait on the consider verb, but that's fine because it's the first time we'll be using spices and savors. Which I wasn't thinking, but that's actually another one that allows me to do some gardening. Okay, so we're probably gonna miss the dawn, but that's, I can just recover in bed. I may want to wait until we see what the weather is before I commit influences again. The one exception is, I think the one exception is going to be the gathering. Okay, Grail and Nectar. Now I don't think that's going to help us. So yeah, it's a six heart, 6 lantern affair. But 6 winter's a piece of cake, so we're gonna have a chat with Mr. Kill. I'm gonna use my tryst to read the sad book. So we use the bed to recharge the whist, and then the rest of this is all... Oh, hang on. You mean to tell me I don't have a single Forge 2... Well, maybe Spices and Savors, but... Yes, I do not believe I can read any of the books available to me right now without the assistance of the weather. That's fine, because again, we've got cataloging to do. I probably could have employed the fat, but Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. So we don't have any of the memories for him yet, so Mr. Kill, Ryan Spry, doesn't mind stopping for a gossip. So first priority is to get the whist back so we can boost his winter. Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. So yeah, I'm kind of eager for the consider verb to be opened up just so I can see what I've got with spices and savors. The Carmine Petal, that's a level 16 lantern text. Not the easiest thing to read. Alright, I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. So we've got Memory Fear from Seven Faces of Icarus. That feels like a new text. But it did give us furs and feathers, which is nice, and we can put this in our new Sky Library. So first in, first out. New skill, there is no sacrifice without sustenance. And we've got an impulse from Mr. Kill. We have the Diaries of Thomas DeWolf, so that is definitely one that we can read. Okay, so all of the desks are currently closed to me. Alright, another leaf on the Tree of Wisdom, so it's a Bosk and Forge one. I'm not optimistic. Yeah, or sorry, Ithistry. So, furs and feathers, sky and scale. I should have known that because we actually used that one quite a bit. Alright, something to consider. So there's our Memory Regret. So we can use this one to... Yeah, it's easy to read a sky tech. Oh. Is it, though? Yes, it is. I can master this mystery. And with Fat, well, we'll have that available in a minute. Okay, and I believe we've already used up Mythic Trophy. Yep. Good old regret minimization, showing me that it's the true path. Okay, so let's use the FET to catalog. Again, the weird thing is I don't actually think we have 2 Forge anywhere. Well, okay, I guess with the regret we could talk with Mr. Kill about that, but that strikes me as an incredibly stupid way to use that skill. So yeah, let's consider. We'll catalog the book and then figure out what we want to do after that. And at some point I'll open the packages, but like I said, I feel like getting the skills is probably a little more relevant to my current needs. So the Whist is spoken for. This is to boost Mr. Kill. Okay, happy to have the Sea Holly, although I'm not quite sure where I'm going to put it yet. Do you want to be put on a table? No. How about the other table? Treaties on the Underplaces. 4 knock is a bit of a stretch for me in my current situation, but I am going to put it in the readable pile. I figure we just need 1 season of 1 day of fog, rather, and we've got it. Alright. As is kind of the standard at this point, we're going to use Core to restore, just because it's one of the duplicates that I have. We'll watch for what lies ahead. Made pretty good work of the extra books we found. Obviously there's going to be a bit of work that we need to do here. We've got a Curia book sitting in this area. In fact, we can just move it. Watch, it's going to be cursed and I'm going to taint the whole library. Alright, my assistant and I will be prudent. Now, I don't see any reason why I shouldn't keep talking with Mr. Kill. Again, there's just the potential that we get a boost for our memories here. We know we're only going to be going to one area anyway. And if I can get some metal, I think we're going to be able to make some good progress in these other regions, but it's definitely going to take a bit of effort, so I'll be patient. Might be able to sneak out another core, so let's see. Sky Harmony, I've mastered the lesson. Sorry, I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. Now, did I do Diaries of Thomas DeWolf? No. So it's possible with the text here that this might have given some kind of an indication in terms of. It may have given some kind of an indication in terms of where they fall chronologically. But in this case, I will settle for the new memory, Salt. And it is 1 knock, 1 moon, 1 winter. It's not obviously useful. Oh, Thomas DeWolf's the one who made the telescope, so we can place him chronologically. Whether or not that gets me anything is a whole other question. All right, lesson learnt: Oranoscopy. Oranoscopy. A new skill. Consider the star. Hath each star its 7 names. Observe that these names are never shared. Thomas DeWolf. You know what would be fun? How would you even set this up? But, so I was thinking, like, for the US it would be the NSA. For the UK, it's GCHQ? Yes, GCHQ in the UK. To get analysts of the GCHQ to play Cultist Simulator: The Book of Hours, and then quiz them on what's going on. Oh, I've actually studied this one before. Alright, so I don't need a tryst, and I don't need a fet. Now that foresight is interesting. So probably at least a shape and smoke, if not something stronger. Incidentally, this is why we spam those. This is probably reckless, but let's give it a shot. Ah. Forge the kindled flame, and yeah, we don't have a text for a shape and smoke. This time I'm willing to speed things up a bit. we've already got our 6 winter, so we know we're good for the end of the day. Okay, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So we did actually get another core. I don't think we have what it takes to read the forge text. Maybe we'll get a skill that will help with that. But I can catalog, and that probably won't take the whole night. Catalog a Curia period book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Curia period, roughly the 1700s to the 1800s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are only rarely contaminated. Okay. Let's see where we are at. Sorry, I was worried for a second. I was like, wait, I gotta put something in bed. I'm like, no, because it'll take longer than the night. Alright. The gloomy stair. This has long been a holy place, but the Madrigad has withdrawn her favor now, and a chilliness awaits here where dawn will not touch it. Only once it is pacified can I safely pass. The glorious stair. Each stair tread is decorated with a quotation from the Book of Sons, so that the congregation might be edified as they ascend. The quotes are worn to half legibility by the passage of all those worshipful feet, which may be why some of these quotations differ troublingly from any orthodox version. It has, of course, been claimed that the Sisterhood of the Knot, who first held the Isle, also held a copy of the long-suppressed Sheretic version of the book. So we've got a Shrine to the Madrigad, we've got a Snowflake Candle, and we've got nothing else! However, if you add a relevant skill, it will tell you it can evolve once I've committed a skill to the Ithistry Wisdom, you can use that skill here to combine 3 identical soul cards into a greater one. But you must use that skill, a skill that you've attuned to that wisdom, and it'll work only once. Glass blowing and vessel crafting would be useful here. Alright, the Wind-Prowled Gallery. 8 forge, 8 lantern, 8 sky. Sounds to me like this is something we're waiting for a storm on. I have mastered the lesson. I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it contains. So I think A Shape in Smoke is a new one, but that is a new. Nope, nope. So that is already in the list. And I can add Pyroglyphics, a new skill, fireworks and their kin. One script that all the world must read, even the blind, and is written in flames. So where do I want to put the forge stuff? I feel like this is a moth room. I mean, I suppose I can make a forge wall over here. Forge, grail, lantern, what could go wrong? Oops. I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. So this is Oblations in Iron, and it is cursed. So it's got Chionic Theoplasma. It's level 6 winter book. This book has suffered the attention of one of the chilly names of ours. One of the chilly names or hours, perhaps even a god from nowhere. This contamination can affect your tryst and health and spread to nearby objects. You can remove it with a skill that's effective against theoplasmic contamination and at least 7 heart. So this is going to be a hard one for us to manage. I basically want to have a quarantine room, I think. Let's just put it in one of the church rooms. I can't imagine any problems there. All right. So the good news is I can actually read this. The bad news is it's cursed. Okay, let's take a look and see what Pyroglyphics gives me in the illumination. Metal! This opens up quite a few possibilities for me. I could have read the description too. Oh, no, text yet unrevealed in beta. Will, self-discipline, that part of us which makes the right choice. So I do need Shapt, but we're at least closer to something useful. It's definitely going to help us get Vincent's Minglings read. In fact, there's absolutely nothing that's stopping me from reading that right now. Okay, sadly, I don't have... Oh, nope, Ava's desk. It's actually slightly better that I read it now because I can take advantage of the 4... You're kidding me. Oh no, it's skill. Am I a complete idiot? Oh, it still doesn't. Yeah, it still doesn't work. I swear I'll get it. Here we go. Metal, Foresight, Kindled Flame. I can master this mystery. Enough Forge to match Mystery Forge. So, I've got 1 knock book. It's going to require 4 knock, which I don't see happening. It's close, but I don't have any knock on my existing... for my existing skills. That's why Shapt is such a big deal for me. But yeah, we can make do. Metal, like the fact that I'm only 1 element of the soul down is a pretty significant edge. So let's go pick up some goodies. Gather in autumn, gather in the spiny fluorescences of the sea holly. Again, we're waiting on weather before we commit something. Gale! Okay, that's 3 heart, 3 sky. This is why we wait for seasons sometimes. So, 6 sky, 6 heart. Okay, so the brass ring, of course, is the 8 sky. Is this even conceivable? 4, if we combine the Gale and the Faust with Mr. Kill. No, hang on. Mr. Kill has 1 sky. So that's 2. Okay, so Mr. Kill is 1. Faust is 1, so that's 2. Gale brings that up to 5. Astrolabe brings that up to 6. At which point I need a 2 sky item to give him, and I don't think we have that. We do, however, have Denzel, who we can boost with Foresight. We can... Okay, but that's not relevant to the Gale. So, okay. So Denzel will get us to the Darkened Church. Let's just not even worry about that. So our only other sky option, sorry, we have 2 sky options. So this is a piece of cake for Denzel. We should not consider this one. And then I suppose the question here, if it's heart and sky, the question is does it make more sense for Mrs. Kill or Mr. Kill? And Mrs. Kill makes more sense for the heart and sky ones. Yeah, so this is a Mrs. Kill job. And then the question is, do we want the reeking chamber or the ruined kitchen more? The ruined kitchen will make it easy to make witching to sane. The reeking chamber, I don't believe had the map room. I believe this was for the instruments. Instruments aren't bad, but they're not essential. So I think we're gonna make a run on the reeking chamber. Okay, so with that in mind, we get Mrs. Kill. We give her the Gale, which brings her up to 4. We give her the Core, which brings her up to 6. End of the day, or not the end of the day, but you know what I mean. So this is an Arab for Mrs. Kill. Mrs. Kill's mood always improves when I drop by. Now, as far as Denzel is concerned, if it's a question of 6 forge... Oh, not even. There's a ton of stuff that we can get Denzel to do. Yeah, why am I even thinking of the kitchen? Wait. This is a 6... Okay, yeah, we're definitely getting the Darkened Church then. Sorry, I'm obviously not focused on what we're doing. Okay, so yes, we will get the kitchen with Denzel. And while we're at it, we'll also take care of the smoking room. So, first things first, we need foresight, and we can get that from In the Mallory. We don't need to worry about Solace because we already have Core, so we'll set that aside. Fetfost and Whist are all for cataloging then. Oh, hang on. I had a big scary winter text that I could read. Alright, let's go. Winter a conclusion. I can master this mystery. Enough winter to match mystery winter. Alright, so Fost, Core, and Fet to see us through. Mrs. Kill stands ready to help. You always cheer me up, she says morosely. So we'll talk with her about the Gale right away, more useful than one might think, especially in Britain. I should probably talk with Denzel too. Assistance from Denzel the blacksmith. What do you need? So we're actually going to keep the bed open until we can return the metal. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. War of the Roads, 1451 to 1551. Willis Ford describes the War of the Roads, an event in a history other than our own, in detail, from its beginnings as a martial philosophical dispute between the dawn and sunset roads of alchemy to a war which ravaged half of Europe. So we will add this one. Foredge is actually kind of difficult for us to manage, though. Moving on. Surely we have another item catalog, no? Guess not. Let's take advantage of the weather while it lasts. So once again, we apply the core. We'll put the foresight on Denzil next. Alright, something to consider. Alright, we can't use FET with that, so we just need to wait it out. It feels so wasteful to have the bed just lying there, but I didn't really keep track of how long it takes the consider to work, so we do what we can. Alright, my assistant and I are both a little merrier. So we'll start with memory foresight for him. I can discuss a memory with my assistant. This will use up the memories, but boost the assistant's abilities for the rest of the day. I'm fairly certain I could have gotten away with a second. Man, that Sea Holly is greedy in terms of its the spaces it takes up. Just want to go on the table, huh? Memories don't last long outside books, but it's made the difference for the day. Speak with Denzil. He might even reply. Alright, I've mastered this and gathered the lessons it concealed. Let's see if I can say this right the first time. Lesson learnt, bells and braziers. I've gained more understanding of bells and braziers. And this was Vincent's Minglings. Let me make sure I've already got that on the list. I do not. So a little bit of a waste because we spent a element of the soul to get a foresight, but obviously we couldn't have known that that would be what came out of the book. So, but I can get this lesson learnt right away. A new skill, a resonance which lingers from the hammer's touch. And I should put this in the forge list. Another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. So this one I might actually be able to commit. But it's a metal, so... There we go. And we read Oblations and Iron. This gives us no memory? No, hindsight. And apparently I haven't had a hindsight yet from a book, so exciting. Okay, we will consider the inks. Ava's desk doesn't take that. I probably should have done this the other way around, but that's life. And I did say we needed to restore the metal. Otherwise, our time with Denzel's been completely wasted. Alright, the inks in which the histories are preserved. And we do actually have a slot open for preservation, I think. Falls, I don't think we've done Inks of Containment yet. We very much have. Just taking a quick look at petroglyphics, Oronoscopy, Path, and Pilgrim are ones that I actually need to record what the skills are. Okay, that's a metal and that's a heart or health. Neither of which. So there are benefits to them. I don't want to say that it's useless to commit them for extra right now, but it is not my goal at the moment. I can, however, catalog more books. He does a lot with silence, this man. Alright, now I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents, written in Sanskrit, which we can read. Watchful Tantra, notorious for its involvements in the deaths of Dyfed Jones and Meredith Blaine, two early physicists who each claimed to have the only copy and who ultimately fought a duel over it in 1840. This is definitely stretching the limits. Oh, that's really cool. They've put the scroll cases in. Three Lantern with a Faust. Yeah, we're stretching the limits of what we can actually do, but it's not inconceivable we'll be able to read this text. We just need a little push in the right direction. Although it is taking up a lot of space, so I might move it. I do like obviously Reverend Timothy has won my heart, but I do rather like the very understated. He does a lot with silence, this man, for Denzel. I hear the developer of this game is known for being okay with writing, or with words. Okay with writing, Jesus. I don't know. Any of you hear that? I also can't believe we've not yet read Traveling at Night Volume 1, but we still don't have Shapt, so... And it's actually not that easy to get knock. Unless we have a text that can give us a pattern, it doesn't do anything. Okay, so we're going to get the metal to be able to level up Denzel. Figure I can give it a shot with trying to think if there's an obvious candidate for well, I guess traditionally it's been core, so we might as well follow that pattern. Quick nap in a warm bed with something comforting to drink while the winds chase the clouds and the clouds chase the sun. We're definitely going to be testing the edge of a reasonable hour at which to do these things. Alright, inspiration and determination. That's the wrap up your business sound. Our course is fixed. So we'll talk with Mrs. Kill here. We will, so let me just double check which of the two. I think it was the smoking room we were going for. Although I think I said I wanted the ruined kitchen. I think I'm going for the ruined kitchen. Finally, signs of a fire, but it looks as if, fortunately, the chimney breast collapsed before it could spread too far. It can't be why the house was abandoned. In any case, the kitchen will need skilled labor to restore it to a usable state. Behold the kitchen. King's Luck Pie, a beef pie with pears and cinnamon and secret ingredients, is the traditional dish of the house. It was the first cooked, they say, for King Henry, when in great secrecy, on St. Piran's Day, he came to Cornwall seeking the king's metal, tin, to restore his alloy. It probably didn't happen, but the pie did. Alright, so the kitchen range, normally what I've done here is I've used Arab and Desires and Dissolutions and then, you know, some memory to make a Witching to Saint, so that gets me a little bit further in terms of the Grail areas. So Denzel will be able to get us to the Foundry. Not so clear. I mean, it's autumn, so if I'm gonna get 7 Nectar, I'm not gonna get 7 Nectar. Let's just put that out of my mind right now. Reeking Chamber would be if we get another Gale. Smoking Room is definitely another Denzel job. Yeah, so we'll let Denzel handle the low-hanging fruit first. So that's going to mean the Foundry, the Foundry and the Smoking Room at minimum. There may be other work for him. And then we can give him a cup of tea for the Wind-Prowled Gallery too. I'm not too unhappy with the progress we made. Obviously, I've been going so much later than I had intended. Okay, the Darkened Church. It has long been a holy place, but shadows are the only worshippers here now. The windows have been painted black, the pews overturned, the organ hung with black ribbons. Nave of the Abbey Church. For 1,000 years, the unconquered sun has been worshipped here in all his aspects, though since the heresies of the Intercalate, many of those aspects are considered distinct hours in their own right, and the sun's death and birth are both now celebrated. The Abbey Church used to be more golden, but many of the valuables were lost at the Abbey's dissolution, including the original stained glass. These magnificent windows are of recent manufacture, financed by the 8th librarian, Green, who is a believer in the Second Dawn variety. Of the Second Dawn variety. Let me just make sure I don't have a green. Serena Blackwood here. This is Strathcoyne. Yeah. An uncomfortable seat shaped to assure the attention of the faithful. Sol Invictus symbol, the eternal symbol of the unconquered sun, all the way back to the Shadowless Empire, even through the wild heresies of the Intercalates. So we can use Hushery to advance the solar altar. The sun in splendor is the hour which was sundered, the hour which is not conquered, the hour from which proceed all other hours of the day, or so the church teaches. Instrument organ, one must practice slowly, and then more slowly, and finally slowly. And the veiled chamber. So, a whole lot of everything. The way is lit for the willing and for the unwilling, the watchman. What is within, without, what is without, within, the Menascate. When it ends, it will be a beautiful ending. The sun in rags, the madrigad, whatever is not necessary shall be quenched. All right, I think we're ready to end the day. If I could get a... Night is fallen, dawn will come soon. Yeah, so, I mean, it's all well and good for me to do the rest. Do I really want to... Well, yeah, why not? I suspect I'm not going to refresh off of this, but let's see if we can get away with cataloging the book. This book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Solar Gothic period, roughly between the 1000s and the 1500s. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. I suspect the night indicator tells me that it's 30 seconds away, but we'll see. Cool. Now I have an idea of the book's nature and its contents. A 14 scale Medusa's Lament on the death of the hour, on the death of the hour called Seven Coils, the father of the mother. So that's going in the I'm not going to be able to read this pile. So I've actually made surprising progress in terms of the cataloging. So as before, I think we need to wait on the... weather before we commit anything too substantial. It's only a few seconds that we lose, so rain. So again, it's not a bad idea for me to just sit down and think about the nectar to make sure that I can eliminate that as a possibility. So I don't have the watering can yet. Oh, you know what? I totally should have used the heart to get up here. That was really silly of me. Okay, so let's think carefully. So the rain gives me 2 nectar. Heart can give me another, so that's 3 nectar. A Orchard Keeper, or whatever the title is, brings that to 5. So the question is, where do I get another 2? And I think there are some drinks that give nectar. I don't think they are drinks that I'm willing to give up on. I should note, however, Roscragan whiskey is good for 2 rows. I've definitely been neglecting it. Okay, let's just say the nectar's out. I'm really not that interested in giving up the vital stuff. Do any of these rooms benefit from Rose investigations? No, that's why I've been ignoring them. Okay, so that's fine. We know that we want to get... okay, so I'm going to use a core to speak with Denzel again. I'm going to want to get a forge... So we use the metal to boost him up to 6. I'm also going to want to get a foresight out of him. So that one comes from Vincent's Minglings, it looks like, but let me resort the... Oh, no, actually, and the Mallory is also good, so... So we'll use that one. Okay, metal spoken for. Let's say Arab to... Yeah, and I guess at this point we just catalog everything, so... I will actually catalog this solar straggler up here. This book was, so sometimes, let's see, maybe Nocturnal is less cursed? Yeah, okay. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Nocturnal period, after the turn of the century. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. From this period, books from this period are almost never contaminated. What do you need? So we can start by talking about the metal for start. Come on. Inspiration and determination. We're already working on getting the foresight, so there's not much to do there. Oh, but I should be restoring the core right away. So we'll use the core for the Dawn books. Okay, so we've got the Instruments of the Heart. 10 hearts seems like a tall order, so I think that's going to go in the not quite yet pile. The Tower Rises. That is also an 18 rows is too high, so our too difficult to read pile is now too big. Oops. My deeds, my powers, my achievements, and the injustices perpetrated against me. Hokabald Posend, formerly of the Order of Immortals, called by some the House of Leith, settles scores. Okay, so here's what I think I'm going to do. Let's divide these to the actually impossible and the just very difficult. And I guess I can make a rose collection over here. It's also worth mentioning Hokabald of Posen famously looks like Marlon Brando. Anybody who says otherwise just simply does not understand the hints that were given in the... Alright, this book was probably written around the time... sorry, I should be taking a second and making sure that I... Yeah, 8... 4... 4... Okay, yeah, these are not achievable. We're close with the Rural Contemplations. If I add a little something extra... Oh, I do have something extra, actually. So if I go Arab... Oh. So if I take War of the Roads, if I add an Arab, Auroral Contemplation... No, I need a desk for it. Darn it. Okay, well actually that settles a couple things though. So I can use Consider with Faust, and I'll use that to catalog the Nocturnal book. Yeah, so what I do is I just wait for this desk to become available, and then I use Arab Auroral Contemplations and the Edge Ink, the Perniculate. And we're good. I actually don't even need to use Auroral Contemplations at that point. I just need to use the Arab and the Perniculate. Our course is fixed. Alright, we don't have the lesson... Or, sorry, we don't have the memory yet. But we can talk. Okay, something to consider. And we have a 6 moth, colors in the liver, and it is a film reel. This is mean. So I can't apply the tryst. Man, okay. It really takes almost all of these, huh? I guess I just don't have any moth skills, though. Alright, this is quite a difficult one to read, it turns out. Read a film and you thought books were flammable. I do like the detail that the nocturnal, like the film is a nocturnal item. It's just a nice little touch. We've got space for the Arab now, so we add the Perniculate. Edge of Conquest. I can master this mystery. Enough edge to match mystery edge. Okay. Does a lot with silence, this man. So we'll boost him with foresight. We'll still talk with him for memories, but unless I feel like I can somehow get my medal back. Well, 30 seconds. That's actually quite possible. Yeah, maybe we keep talking until we get foresight, because I don't see myself getting... I mean, I could read the book for the fourth. Well, maybe that's not such a bad idea. We'll see. Right now I need to worry about where I'm going to place the Trumpeter's Lily. Sacre bleu. Good enough. All right. Yeah, I guess the real question is, like, how badly do I want to catalog these last books? The answer is kind of a lot, actually. So, yeah, let's just keep talking with him because I'm not actually convinced that I'm going to hire him again yet. Oh yeah, because I need to use the core to hire him anyway. So I think the correct answer here, we keep. Well, there's nothing stopping me from bringing the metal back, so we'll at least start with that. I will catalog the Dawn book. So this book was probably written around the time of Hush House's Dawn period, sometime before the end of the first millennium, commonly reckoned. If I examine it, I can learn more about what knowledge it might contain. Books from this period are sometimes contaminated, so the further back in history you go, more likely there's going to be contamination. Now I have an idea of the book and book's nature and its contents. Now this is in Kilisimi, so not helpful for me, and even now that I've limited things to the actually impossible, I'm still running out of space. Again, I don't think I'm gonna do anything with Denzel. Okay, the War of the Rhodes, 1451 to 1551. Willis Ford describes the War of the Rhodes, an event in a history other than our own, in detail, from its beginnings as a martial philosophical dispute between the dawn and sunset roads of alchemy to a war which ravaged half of Europe. The royalty of England, according to Willis Ford, became the sovereigns of the Leashed Flame, destroying or transforming their enemies and conquering Europe, establishing grand cathedrals to St. Spark. The alliance with the Forge begins to take its toll. At last, the Bronze King. So it is worth remembering that there was an iron. I believe there was a prophecy about an Iron King. Henry Tudor undergoes his great misfortune and great debasement. His attempt to cheat the Forge ends badly. The Leashed Flame is released, and Henry's heirs are merely mortal sovereigns. It is now not now widely believed that the sons and daughters of the Red Rose were forged into immortals. Understandably, they are, after all, now all long dead. The Forge itself devoured the greatest among them. We've got Menescate Reflections. Let me just make sure that I've got the Willis Ford item in here. I do not. Happy to add this one to consideration. Let's find a new home for War of the Rhodes. Okay, we've got all the shelves there. Okay, another leaf on the Tree of Wisdoms. I suspect I'm not going to be happy by what I see here, but let's take a look. Yeah. slow going with Denzel, but that's the nature of the beast. Like, I'm not gonna get too worked up about it. Although I think any illusion I have that I'm going to unlock more than one room with him is not really productive. I probably shouldn't be risking my metal here, but I guess I said I was going to unlock the foundry first. Line in the glass. It is another impossible to read one, so we're going to take the phonograph, put that somewhere else. At least it's not cursed. I can probably do a better job with this little area here. Now, the one drawback is, so I know I said I wanted the Ravaged Foundry, but I'm actually thinking maybe it's not a bad idea for me to go for the smoking room instead, because there may actually be some books in there, and I'm going to be able to catalog them. Yeah, I've got a minute before I get something back, so I know I'm not going to be able to read them, so it doesn't matter what memories I get. But I actually think... well, I mean, I suppose I could use the elements of the soul to unlock or to open the different caches, but no, I think we'll open the smoking room. A tarnished brass sign on the room clearly reads "Smoking Room." Rags of very old smoke sway restlessly, hazing the room beyond. What remains of the protections Van Loren once placed on it, and yet still no sign of a fire. Quite a few curia texts, as it turns out. Westcott Room. By God, sir, we shall have no cigars in the library, and we shall have no house without a smoking room. Dr. Ambrose Westcott, 1734 to 1797. There's Mr. Westcott himself. Ambrose's favorite chair. Ambrose Westcott was a capacious gentleman, and he ensured the springs in this fortress were calibrated to bear any conceivable weight. 200 years on, the springs still do their duty. So that unlocked a... that rose might actually be achievable. So our FET gives 2 rows. Why do I think that's achievable? Confounding Parable gives 2 rows, FET gives 2 rows. But what reason do I have to think that I would get 2 rows from something else? Anyway, the whole point of this exercise was to be able to catalog another book. Debate of the Seven Cups, a 10 moth mystery, so not the easiest thing for me to work with. Ugh. Yeah, it's going in the difficult to read pile. Alright, I think probably tomorrow is the last day because I've already screwed up. I have actually, for some reason, lost an hour. And it is a 7-hour stream now, so like I've well and truly broken my my intention to try and get things done at a reasonable pace. Interestingly enough, I don't see any visitors yet. And surely we're not in Numa. The house is quiet. The signs above the door are written in a language even I cannot read. No one comes in answer to my knocking. Numa. Okay. So I'm gonna get the crap beaten out of me with this. I'm gonna get cursed if I do work during Numa. But I get so much from it that it's worth it. And the catch is that I'm trying to remember what curse is the easiest for me to get rid of. So what I would ideally want is something that I could use the Auroral Contemplations to cure. Oh no, better still, something that I would need Winter to cure. And honestly, I just don't know. But here we go. Uncanny labors. The inn is crowded with Numa's heralds and pilgrims. They will be gone by morning. Until then, I could offer my services for payment. I might regret it. So that's a 6-minute occupation. Oriflammes is offering me recordings of the Altheban Abyss, a 4-scale phonograph, but it is written in Deep Mandiac. So for anybody who wants to hear what Deep Mandiac sounds like, this is your chance. So I do want the blue crown anyway. Oh, no, sorry. Let's go for stuff that says rarer plants might... Alright. Agilophotis. Black and yellow. Only in Numa does it bloom. I don't have any books to read in this case. It's really just cataloging at this point. So be it. Let's get those Curia texts. Yeah, actually, we're definitely going to focus on... I'm definitely going to focus on cataloging first. Because if I can't do the lessons learnt, I lose them. Okay, well, that's easy enough. Let's start opening something shipwrecked. What ship lost this? Snow! This would have been good with Mr. Kill. So we can get Mr. Kill up to 6. We could have turned him into 9, but it's Numa! Although I do want to take a second here, so we've got 3... we got 3 winters, so let me just make sure we don't have any scary winter texts. No. Slim parcel... What? Okay, so I don't know if that's intentional or not, but that's actually kind of funny. I suspect that is not intended, though. Something especially tasty. Crack open the container. Delight in your discovery. I should have seen what would have happened if I changed the element of the soul, though. Let's restore the fat. Mr. Tickle from the Mr. Men's Children's Book series is Herr Kill in German. Are there lower implications? Oh my god. Hebe Uni, that is... I had no idea. Has that been posted on the... Domain Reveline. Has that been posted on the Reddit yet? Or is this... Are you just familiar from your childhood or otherwise encountered the Mr. Men books? That is an absolutely delightful little bit of... a delightful little observation. I probably should have taken a look. So we've got Isle Water, a bunch of grapes, hen's egg, delicious when cooked, alarming when dropped. Pickled mushrooms, you'll learn to like them. Catered Hero, second flush of Sam, and Levitic tincture. See, the thing is, Mrs. Kill, it's Mr. and Mrs. Kill, so Kill is consistent. Okay, so we've got a slim parcel. Yeah, something especially tasty. Fair enough. Let's see how many of my elements of the soul are now cursed. Six moon. That seems achievable. I have an idea of this book's nature and its contents. Book of Thorns, Frisian text. The too difficult pile grows. The Geminiad, Volume 1. This text as yet unrevealed in beta. And a Tapestry of Violence, Kilisimi. So every single one of these texts was too difficult. Literally unreadable. Hey. I will accept the drinking cocoa. Put that right beside the wine. Wine and cocoa. Good combination. Okay, I am happy that I didn't get hit with a curse, except for, like, obviously I'm gonna get beaten up here, but... regrettably... Well, I guess I could make a run on... how do I think about this? So, if I make a run on... Oriflams, thanks you for your continued interest. This book may become available for purchase again later. So the way I handle this, 6 moth, so... Sorry, 6 moons. So we get 1 moon from the Tryst. Oh, Ryman, remember, that makes it a piece of cake. I read some of the books as a child, and some time ago I was reminded of them for some reason. This is why it has been on my mind to make this connection. That's really fun. And yeah, like obviously it's a geographically diverse audience, and I'm like streaming at an hour that does not make any rational sense. But I was curious. But thank you very much for sharing that. I'm utterly delighted by that revelation. So given that we're in the middle of Numa, I think it makes some sense to you know pick what's available. I deserve a little quiet time. So unfortunately, the FET's not going to mean much. Let's try and get the Tryst back, though. No, it's the health. God, I'm a mid. What ship lost this? Oh, this is good because the I was gonna send a bug report on these. Okay, more lost packages. So I guess it's not a total loss that I'm going to speed things up though, because really we're just waiting for rest and my my cursed journey. Tea. I'm just going to assume that it's canon in the game that when you find a package, like when you find a package from Beachcombing, and it's tea, you are getting authentic Veiled Goddess Lapsang Souchong from the Boston Tea Party. It's almost certainly very stupid for me to use my health in gardening at this point. But sometimes you just gotta do dumb stuff. I don't think there's anything else for me to do here, so everything's cataloged. I'm definitely not reading them at this point, so let's see if we can get anything fancy in Numa. Honeyscar Jasmine, like a dart of sweet fire. Numa brings it to life. Okay. So let's see what Honeyscar Jasmine gets me. Alright, afterwards I don't remember what work I performed except in sense and sensations, leaf mold, a rhythmic musical clicking like melodious castanets, soft blue flame like antique gaslight, and cold. I remember that where we went it was cold. As my concentration lapses, I begin to hear distant music like the tapping of a drum. Your core now has a malady. Core duendratic. Duendracy is a kind of distraction or of inspiration or of possession. In the wind, in the sea, in the crackle of flames, there's a music only I can hear, and when I give it too much attention, the world grows red as a rose. So, oh my god, 5 moth? I'm screwed. So this malady can be cured with bed rest, something suitable to drink, and this much moth aspect to distract the possessing presence. I don't think I have any moth skill, so I've got moon. Well, this is going to be an adventure. At least we got a silver Spintra. Yeah, I mean, there's a reason we use the core, right? It's because it's something I could afford to give up. So we know we're going to get Denzil no matter what. So let's... I guess I have to use the core for that. Snow! Okay. Big deal for Mr. Kill. So we're going to use the whisk there. And I'm actually going to... I might be signing myself up for a world of hurt doing this. And I think this is going to be the last... it's going to be the last one for today. And what I'm going to try and do is I'm definitely going to need to get a proper sleep. But I'm going to try and follow up with a stream sometime over the weekend to follow this through. Foresight in the Mallory. So we need to keep the bed open for the Whist so that we can level up Mr. Kill. What do I do about the rest of this? Metal is for Denzil. I should have used Arab and Fet for the two reading tasks. There's nothing to catalog. There's nothing to open. I have no idea how I'm going to solve this moth problem. Well, okay, skin shuck meat is actually an answer to that, but... What do you need? I think I'm just going to use Fet and the Sweet Bones, fortune telling. I've gathered enough mystique to tell fortunes for pennies, undignified perhaps with a librarian of Hush House, but times are hard. We're going to have a chat with Denzil about metal for start. Mr. Kill can always spare a few hours to help a friend. We need to get the Whist back as soon as possible so that we can level him up to 6 winter and then give him the snow. Why did I try to get... I am a moron. Snow is... Snow is a memory. I cannot use more than one memory. Reading Lady Ava's Repose is a waste of an element, and I keep making the same mistake over and over again. Okay, so we've got him up to 5. We'll get him up to 7. Ah, hell. Well, if I can get him up to an 8, like if I can give him a 1 winter, well, I can with, Okay, well, here's the shame, right? If I can get him up to a 9, this is actually a pretty cool room. And I believe I actually have a relatively inexpensive item to... So if I want to get him up to 7, I just feed him the Isle Water. Yeah, Mist Kissed water isn't quite gonna cut it. Yeah, so looks like I need to sort of temper my expectations. I don't see... I think probably we just pour the Isle water and give him a glass. Unless I can... I guess maybe if I could pick the... Honeyscar Jasmine sure looks like the Honeyscar Jasmine I get every other season. Yeah, I mean, maybe there's a possibility, like based on, God, I don't know. Maybe I find something in one of the rooms. Can I even put it on the shelf? Sure. Why not? Yeah. Okay, so I will use the health. I will pick the blue crown. In fact, I should probably stock up on blue crown because that's going to be what I need to make Solomon's preparation. And I completely wasted the talk verb not doing anything. Although, I guess I'm not really using... I'm not really using it. The fortunes I tell may be true, and they may be real. The money, at least, is real. A penny! The smallest denomination coin, except for the smaller ones. So the one nice thing about this core is that it's, I believe... No, I can't get Mrs. Kill, but I can get Denzel, essentially for free. Well, not... I can't get him for free, like, monetarily, but I can get him... without having to give up another element of the soul. So that is a nice... admittedly, it's putting a brave face on, like, something kind of horrible, but... You know, I'll take it. So I am going to open up the foundry right away. So this room has not only been abandoned, but vandalized. Someone has smashed the place up and scrawled W signs on the wall in blood and soot. I'll need skilled assistance to return it to use. So there are a couple boxes for me to open. More of Solomon's preparation, bucket of seawater, bucket of ashes, librarian stool, a stout little soldier on whose worn surface have rested the slippers of a dozen generations of librarians. An edge tool. Yeah, we have boxes of rarities, and I believe I can open those using... Nope, can't use maladies. Fair enough. I can use Arab, however. So, crack open the container, delight in your discovery. Actually, I should double check. Denzel also does not accept maladies. Okay, so I got my whist for Mr. Kill. That's good. Let's take a shot with the health. So I'm doing this with the health on the odd chance that I'm able to... Hey! We can start affording some books now. I'm doing this on the odd chance that I'm going to be able to give Mr. Kill the blue crown. It's like 1 in a million, but I think it's worth the shot. I think it's also very unlikely to work. So we'll see how far we are on this path. Okay, so the first thing we ought to do is talk to him about whist, so that's going to bring it up to 7. And again, what I'm specifically looking for is something that will bring it up to 2 winter. Okay. 46 seconds. How nervy do I feel? Cool. Also completely wasted the sleep opportunity. You know, it's not even worth it at this point. But it is worth it to get the 9 winter, even if that means we can't make Solomon's preparation later. Okay, night has fallen, dawn will come soon. So, in terms of rooms that I can access, Deserted Well, probably not. Wrecked Pantry, probably not. Well, okay, if there's a storm, all of those estimations change. If we have snow, sure, Silvered Snares. We definitely can access the Wind-Prowled Gallery with the right set of priorities with Denzil. So the Veiled Chamber, this has long been a very holy place, too holy to be left untended safely for this long. There are 77 candles, each one burns with a chill blue flame, each flame inhabited by a watchful spirit. I should not enter until each flame has been cleansed or extinguished. This room needs... Actually, not that much. This is also one that we can unlock with Denzil. So I'm going to need some money, but overall we're fine. Chancel of the Abbey Church. The Church of the Unconquered Sun acknowledges only a handful of hours. The Sun in Rags or Splendor, the Menascate, the Madrigad, the Watchman, and, reluctantly, the Wolf Divided. Any other so-called hours must be lesser powers, wicked impostors, or superstitions. So the Church denies 2 of the 3 hours of the Chancel. And yet it's the Chancel who are said to determine which of their peers qualify as hours. That's theology for you. Abbot Geoffrey decreed that all 3 should be venerated in this holiest of rooms. To avoid actual heresy, he would not permit any of the 3 to be named. That's theology too. And again, I puzzled over this yesterday and probably made absolutely no sense, but I still liked doing it. So we are going to catalog the books. I think maybe what I can do is I catalog and then call it. So we're definitely going to keep using health with the garden. This is basically my this is me prepping for Solomon's preparation when the time comes. I don't know if Rime and Remembrance will get us there. It's fine. Okay, so 5, 7 with Whist. Well, Memory Hindsight. Yeah, I think we can probably make some of Solomon's preparation if Rhyme and Remembrance can make it. Okay. Essite Supplications. We don't have any room for it. I'm almost certainly not going to remember it's there. Eh. 50-50. Okay. Get me my blue crown, sir. I also think we use our core to get Denzel right away. Oops. Gonna use a Florin. And we will employ the Tryst to get the... to get the required elements. Ah! Okay, I should pay attention to the fog. So fog is 3 moon, 3 knock. And in winter we have fishermen. Fishermen are 2 moon, 1 sky. So in fog we get an automatic 5 to moon. And if I'm not a clown and use up my Tryst in winter, so that can be moved up to a 6 without having to give up anything. The thing is we have to nudge it to a 7, I think. Yeah. So Reverend Timothy, we can turn him into a 4. Oh man, unless I can get something. Yeah, if I had Shapt, we'd have this open. But we don't. Nuts. Okay, well, that's off the table, but it seems to me that Rhyme and Remembrance is capable of other things. So maybe this is the time to read the treatise on the underplaces. So that sounds like a job for Fett. Why on earth have I not read this yet? Okay, I'm definitely reading treatise on the underplaces. Cracking the seal. Why did I think? Oh right, glass blowing and vessel crafting. Knock, a gate flung wide. I'm a match for this book. Again, I'm just waiting to catalog the existing books, and then we're good. So just double checking here on the forge stuff. Oh crap. I didn't realize. Well, I guess if I want, I can use this one instead of giving up the tea, but it's probably better for me to get the Windproud gallery at this point. something finished. Nope. 10 Winter, but it's written in Aramaic. Oh, the librarian reads Aramaic, but don't assume others can. So it's 10 Winter, not the easiest book, but definitely within my abilities. Okay, can't stack that any higher. And there's one more. Yeah, so again, I've got no idea how I get out of this curse because the only moth text I've really been able to find... Well, sometimes moth doesn't mean moth. But yeah, my moth power is quite anemic, and I really don't see a path to boosting my moth through skills. So we're probably waiting on a season, maybe. So I figure we can keep talking with Denzel. I'm happy that we've got this Spintra, right? Like like I said, it's a trade-off I'm willing to make. It would be nice if I had a better understanding in terms of what curses apply to what elements of the soul, so I could sort of design what I'm giving up around what's convenient for me. I'm actually thinking maybe we use our Faust and Whist to make some money at the Sweet Bones. Actually, that was kind of dumb for the Faust, because I might be able to read the Watchful Tantra. I've also read a couple books that give me revelations, so I probably should have been a little more careful. Anyway. Oh, and we're done cataloging. A 14... Oh, and it has witchworms, so... I wonder if I can stack books in the staircase. Nope. Okay, so didn't really get anything useful there. But let's talk about what the future plans are going to be. So, as is kind of tradition for Book of Hours, I'm going to try and get out from under a curse. That's going to be a long-term plan. I would like, if I can, to try and commit something to get Shapt, and that might be... I don't know. I feel like Ithistry should give me something. But again, it's a question of what I can level up. So Moth to cure the curse. Shapt for Nock so that we can get Reverend Timothy doing his thing. I'm gonna stock up on Blue Crown as much as I can, because that is something I can use in Solomon's preparation. And we are actually fairly strong in terms of being able to make that preparation. I don't think I have quite what it takes right now. Oh, wait a minute. I didn't want to do it in the foundry anyway. Oh yeah, I need the workshop, I guess. Okay, so I can't quite show it off now. But that's actually, so Solomon's preparation is, that's a great reason for me to unlock the Windproud Gallery. So what I'm going to do to unlock the Windproud Gallery is use one of the Veiled Goddess Lapsing Suchong teas. Unlock this. This will give me a workbench. Workbench should allow me to use, again, assuming... Oh, game crashed. Assuming that it'll let me, assuming that it will that particular skill will let me make it. Yeah, it's that's going to be the way that I can use Mr. Kill to unlock a bunch of other rooms. But I'm super tired, and this always happens when I play Book of Hours, which I think is a kind of a testament to how great the game is, but it's not so good for me. So let me just take a quick second here and see if anybody's broadcasting. They are not. So I'm just going to leave it here. Thank you, everybody, for the subscriptions. Thank you, everybody, for the chats. I'm going to get some sleep as much as I can, at least. And again, I got a ton of stuff that I need to do over the weekend, but I really do want to try and do some more Book of Hours before the new patch is done. So we'll see where we are. I'll announce on Twitter if and when I'm playing it. But until then, we'll see you next time, and have a wonderful evening or morning or whatever time it is, wherever you are. Have a good one. Bye.